Hola, buenos días. ¿Cómo estamos? Puto frío.
This is it, the scene of the party. The fire pit, cigarettes, and empty bottles all evidence it. Looks like they were here a while, judging from all the bottles. The sunken motor carriage provided them a focal point, like a goose ice sculpture or a chocolate fountain.
Looks like it. Not as such, no. Let's keep moving, detective.
Somehow, he doesn't want to do.
Creo que lo habría. Mi placa. ¿Qué carita?
A police badge on which you see the photo of a man. You. Some seaweed is stuck to the back.
At least something good came out of all this.
Encased between two durable plastic sheets is a bluish card with lines of information and a watermark in the shape of the street grid of Revachol West. You see a photo, a name, a rank, a document number. The man keeps winking at you with his green-grey eyes. The photo is old, no doubt about that. But the badge is new. You used an old photo for a new badge.
Clásico.
Good choice. A newer photo would look different.
Sí, sabemos diferente.
8, maybe 10 years. The guy in the picture is rather good looking. He's got a nice haircut and is distinctly lacking in massive sideburns. What do you think? His face is already contorted by the expression, although it looks less grotesque on him than it did on you. It looks like you had quite the charming face way back then. Your hair is brown and slightly curly. Your eyes seem more clear somehow. The lack of alcohol swelling is a bonus, though there's a pinch of that in your cheeks already. Don't be fooled. The bad times have already begun. The badge in your hand shines as you rotate it, catching light. You see lines of information on it.
Harrier. That's long for Harry. So you are Harry. Evrard was half right. Probably not a lot of people know your full name. Whoever told him you're Harry Dubois didn't. It's a wartime name, revolutionary. The kind mothers give their sons during troubled times, like Undying or Boxer or Ironhide.
A name like armor.
Pleased to make your acquaintance, Harrier Dubois.
He's not going to call you Harrier. He'll keep calling you officer when he's angry with you, and detective when he's not. The badge in your hands shines as you rotate it, catching light. You see
Lieutenant W. Freighter. The lieutenant is a rank above sergeant and below captain. It's the highest rank in the RCM that still does field work. I am a lieutenant. The title of Freighter is added to your rank when you decline a promotion to a higher rank. In your case, captain. You have declined twice, thus you're W. Freighter. There are many reasons one would do this. The rank above you in your precinct's decomptage might be taken, or sometimes promoted officers do not want to replace their superiors out of respect. And sometimes they just prefer the type of police work available to their current rank, in your case, lieutenant.
heavy-duty case-solving machine.
Decomptage is the hierarchical system employed by the Revachol Citizens Militia. It means counting down to twos.
The countdown is modeled after the dual leadership system employed by the left during the revolution, which in turn was developed by last century experimental psychologists in the University of Königstein.
The lowest rank is junior officer, usually teenagers. Then there are the patrol officers, then sergeants, lieutenants, then a captain. That's basically it. Except kings like satellite officers and the additionally a freighter rank I already explained.
The long and short of it is, you're his superior.
You are given the title of satellite officer if your partner is quickly promoted through the ranks and you rise with him. You don't seem to be a satellite. No, I've been putting up with you because despite an unconventional approach, you are doing good police work. It matters more than driving your motor carriage into the sea. And now we've even found your badge.
Solamente.
He trusts you for now. Try not to spoil it.
Yes, apparently you've had a rather successful career in the past, and this leads me to believe maybe your current situation is only temporary. Good.
Such a small yet precious.
That's just the serial number. Revachol, Jamrock, Precinct 41, with some numbers thrown in there for good measure. 4 months ago. I'm guessing that's when you were promoted to the rank of Lieutenant W. Freighter. A new badge usually comes with a new rank. You seem to have been doing well then.
You're pretty sure you weren't doing well, but better? Probably, yeah. A lot can happen in 4 months, especially in winter. The winters are never easy on you, of that you are sure.
I remember that time! That was a good time. We had a good work-drink balance going. What happened, man? Pump it up!
Yes, it's the designation of your precinct. 41, like mine says 57. The 57th is mostly industrial harbor, a lot of asphalt. The 41st is... it's a tough station to work in. You have all of Jamrock to cover. That district should have 3 precincts, but money is what it is.
It's no wonder you are like you are, he thinks. But then again, it's a legendary district, and a hell of a station too. It must be an honor and a curse to work with people like Price, McCoy, Berdiaeva. Roberts, Feuerbach, Dimitri. Suddenly, names from your decomptage flash in your forebrain. And you? Is it an honor to work with you? Don't the badge in your hand.
Bueno. Ingordi, calafrío. Por aquí parece que hay poco más que hacer ya, ¿no?
Great news. The boat is big enough for a grown man like you to fit underneath it in a supine position. Huh?
Sarcastic self-pity is not what we need at this moment. I understand the situation looks grim, but we must continue with our investigation.
Think of it as a salvation. You have a home somewhere. All cops do. When this is done, you can return.
Esta zona es muy grande, ¿eh? Pero muy grande.
Rust peels off the bent iron posts of the swing. The wind whistles through the skeleton of the small house behind you. There's desolation everywhere. Yet someone used to live here, laugh here. Thought it was a good idea to build a swing, even.
In this yard?
He's assessing the situation. How long ago was it abandoned?
Someone thought they could have a summer house in a bloc obscure, for cheap. It didn't work out. They abandoned it about a decade ago. A black bloc, a part of the city left unrenovated after the war, or one that has fallen to gang violence, or has become inhospitable in some other way.
On aerial photos, block obscures look like dark squares, hence their name.
Practically, it's not an official term in any way, but look around. No sewage, broken power lines, crime, drunks. Life is tough in the blocks. It's no place to build a summer house. Yes, and you picked it up because you're a post-apocalyptic scavenger who collects trash and magnesium blisters.
It's not meant as nagging.
We should move. I don't think we will solve the murder with forays into the urban hinterland. At least in...
Por aquí no podemos pasar. Creía que ya lo habíamos mirado. Chozas de pescadores.
You stop mid-step and put your hand on a garish neck pad.
That bottle, Bratan! Just look at that bottle! Oh, I think this is about so much more than cool. Please go talk to him. See what it's about. I'm drawn.
Aquí va a haber mucho que hablar, ¿eh?
The worn and beaten wooden planks of the bench.
We can sit on bench.
You can revisit the bench.
Vale. ¿Reino de la conciencia? Está roto esto, ¿no? El reino de la conciencia no existe, ¿no?
These are some wonderfully regular pants. Not too tight, not too loose, moderate in every sense. You'll blend right in at some pleasant dinner party. I know you do. These inter-Estellari pants are like wearing a perfect compromise in your nether regions. No one will call the moral intern on you like this. You're a little more moralist now, buddy. A little more normal, even if you didn't want to.
No sé qué es reino de la conciencia. Reino de la conciencia es esto. No sé.
There's no way to listen to the tape without, but even just holding the tape makes you feel a little sad. A pawn shop would have a tape.
Lo sé, pero cuesta dinero. Voy a mutear esto, si no va a estar sonando todo el rato. Rápido, rápido. Ahí está. Claro, como para acá, ¿no? Joder, qué grande, no sabía que esto tuviera tantísimo mapeado, ¿eh? Viaje rápido, iglesia. Hay unos cuantos billetes. Eso debe bajar desde el otro lado. Claro. Me refiero a este. Esto es gigantesco, tío.
A pane of eternite has been planted into
verdad?
the snow, barely holding it up. The pane falls into the icy snow with a soft thunk.
We should ask that girl on the ice what's going on here.
Es que esto, o sea, esto es gigantesco. Voy a hacer una cosa. Me voy a ir a la ciudad un momento. Que mira cuantísimo terreno, tú. Me parece de loco. Poco más. 147. Voy a ir de vuelta para ver. No, claro, ¿cómo se hacía? A ver. Ah, al oeste del pueblo de pescador. Vale, vale. Lo primero quiero hacer una cosa porque si no se me va a olvidar. Hecho. Esto va a ir para esto. Siento mucho. Por aquí se nota pero poco la bajada del agua, ¿no? Curioso.
Whoa, what have we here? A bridge with loose nails and rot-infested wood that creaks in the wind. A construction code violation if there ever was one.
Sure, they never cleaned up the war damage. The rest of Revachol looks better.
Claro.
The bridge is fine enough. Locals use it all the time, after all. It's nothing to worry about.
Vale.
Paintbrush? The paintbrush in your hand is like a loaded revolver. What will it be, Desperado? Quite a few things come to mind. You've spoken. The wall will now silently repeat the message for a decade or so, until the sea air degrades the paint, adding another layer of detritus to the city.
Very poetic. Real poetry. Should we return to our murder investigation? I hear there's a really bad one we are supposed to solve.
Why does art inspire you so much? Excellent question. Art is a diverse range of visual, literary, auditory, and performative creativity. It's an expression of imagination and technical skill. Additionally, it's history, criticism, and pure enjoyment. In short, art is the highest form of human communication, representation, narrative, emotion, and agency intertwined. Have you looked in the mirror lately? You have the exact features of a savage art critic, with that beard and those clothes, disheveled and prophetic. Perhaps you should try to critique architecture too. Of course not. It's autism. Box drawing. Masturbation with a ruler and a sextant
¿Cómo que
or whatever
masturbation?
they
Hombre,
use.
no.
You should demean and criticize the genteel institution of architect, only the most experimental kind. Yes, you seek substance. No vapid representations and reproductions of social mores as made manifest in stuffy biennials. We're talking real living art here. Exactly. It's not only your duty to only catch the criminals off the street. Go ahead and provide.
Ya. Una cosa es que lo mismo está mal escrito, porque en la de esta que mire ponía grado de arte actual. Pero claro, será esto, ¿no? Lo único que dice grado de arte. Grado de arte. Te ponía que era bastante bueno también porque tenía una bonificación. Comprobaciones de conceptualización dan 10 de experiencia. Esta tenemos que interiorizar también. Y luego la que está rotísima con diferencia es una que vamos a ir a obtener ahora. Por cierto,
You
esto
see
no lo
a
sabía yo.
young man on a balcony nursing a cigarette. His
Not looking for any trouble, officer. I don't want to be seen talking to the gendarmerie if that's okay. I just want to...
Don't let him go. This could be your witness. The balcony.
Is it really that important? All right, but make it quick. Once help you? No, sorry, gendarme. I have to run. My name? My name is Martin Martinez.
That's definitely not his real name.
No, of course not. Could you please lower your voice?
Ask him again.
I can tell that you finally got him down. Thank you. It was quite a disturbing sight, even by Martinez standards.
What were you doing last Sunday?
Oh. You already asked me that, didn't you?
Wait, is someone else investigating?
No, not you. Some more muscular type.
And when did you speak to this more muscular gentleman?
Last week? I don't know. Look,
A downy blanket of white.
You didn't answer the question.
I had a friend. It was my Sunday friend.
Makes sense. Friends are nice on Sunday. You don't have to work. You can just spend time with pals, watching rugby
autoridad,
and
¿sabes?
drinking beer. He doesn't reply, gesturing no with his cigarette. Under the grey sky,
And I really need to finish this cigarette.
but he hasn't left yet.
Help you? No, sorry, gendarme. My name?
That's...
No, of course.
Ask him
No. Now, if you'll excuse me, I really need to get going.
This isn't the place or time for questions. Who knows who might be watching from the distance, hidden behind. For a moment, the man on the balcony seems almost vulnerable. Something moves in the depths of his feline eyes. Compassion and a hint of understanding. There's snow gathering on his hair.
I am sorry, but I really don't have the information you're looking for.
But, hold on, what's that? For a split second, his hand lingers, as though gesturing towards a stone. It's a sign.
Good luck with the investigation.
Hice marcha. La la la. La la la. Es que yo no sabía que podía hablar con este porque en su momento yo lo pinché.
He's gone. No point in running. Tenement, he could be a witness. Him or his Sunday friend. Either way, he did leave us a sign. Did you see that? If we find a way inside the building, we can...
En su momento lo
A
pinché,
stone.
tío.
There's a key beneath it.
This must be for the front door. Pity it doesn't have the apartment number on it. This building has many apartments and the man can be in any of them. We'll just have to go in and see.
Y ahora sí podemos entrar, ¿sabes? Pues es que claro, esto lo teníamos que haber podido hacer muchísimo antes, tío. Y ahora nos vamos a ir al pueblo pesquero para intentar conseguir otra habilidad que se supone que nos va a venir muy bien. He perdido la... Pues mal, me parece que me quiten la brocha y todo eso, la verdad. Debería dejarme dársela de vuelta a esta señor. Pero bueno.
You're back. Good. I love you did. Pleased to meet you, Lieutenant W. Freighter Dubois. I am glad to see a man of high qualification. The situation is precarious. What can I help you with, Lieutenant Freighter?
How about you share your information on the lynching, now that you've seen his badge?
The goalposts have moved, Lieutenant. In the absence of the badge, I have informed my employer there will be a probe. I cannot rescind that promise. To my knowledge, the drivers are still at the roundabout. I will tell you everything I know when you finish with them. My plan is to share information. The only way to do that now is by telling my employer.
Meaning, the information she has will raise the...
The sooner the probe is finished, the sooner I can share crucial information with you.
¡Hija de puta! ¡Vaya hija de puta! Le traigo la placa y aún así no me dice nada. ¡Vaya cabrona de mierda! Encima que me he esperado, no tenía que haber aceptado lo de los... No tenía que haber aceptado, tío. ¿Cierto? ¿Qué cosas puedo repetir? Lo de la mantequilla ya da igual porque no está el DS allí. Ah, las huellas de neumáticos sí que las podemos mirar ahora. Ya que estamos aquí al lado.
You see a set of tire tracks in the brown. The tire tracks were left here by an
Ya lo
unknown
hicimos en su
event.
momento antes
Some of
de
that
tener que
rubber
recargar la
stuck to the
partida.
and then
Porque se
accelerated
me jodió
straight
todo.
into the driver proceeded before heading south. Must have been in a hurry.
No wonder the cafeteria manager seemed frustrated. Well, you did provide us with a...
Quiero ir para conseguir esa habilidad y luego ya... Volvemos y damos todas las vueltas que sean. Porque es que esa habilidad... Es la hostia, vamos. Es que la he estado mirando y... Básicamente cada vez que haces un de este de enciclopedia, cada vez que enciclopedia te habla, prácticamente, te dan 2 reales, 2 putos reales y 5 o 10 de experiencia. Es como... ¿Hola? Pone que hay que hablar cerca de un mural al oeste del de este de pescadores con un señor y su hijo. ¿Qué pasa? ¿Que esto no te deja pasar? Venga, va, hombre. Que es una valla para coches, coño. más rápido. Energía audible. Este.
And
What is it?
Mikhail noticed the windows, especially with how there are no windows on the south side. This was to deal with. You officers, come to investigate the historic subtext of West Martinez? I'm Tran Hailostan. You must be Kim Kituragi, right? I was just telling my son about this building. Not a lot of people realize the historic significance here.
Nice to meet you.
Yes, hypertext, young carp, and the collection of cultural hyperlinks. Oh yes, so Mikhail. They had to deal with monitor glare, especially in the summer. They still had vector monitors back then. That was 49 years ago. So they didn't have windows on the south wall. No, I can't say that we've met before, but I've heard of Kim, of course. Mikhail, say hi to the officers. Mikhail's a little tired today. We spent all night trying to run Orbis on his radio computer. Have you heard of it? It's a programming language used in Grad. Quite tricky, but he wanted to play this Grad-made adventure program. We've been getting really into Worms lately.
The man speaks in the artificial cadence of a professor, or someone who's been on too many radio shows.
But I assume you're not here for giant worms when there are so many real things to see. Just as I was telling Mikhail before, this is where the Coalition landed in '08. We could be standing on what is the most interesting landmark in Revachol West.
This man is your half-brother. You feel it. But why? Well, get a load of this guy. He really enjoys his trivia. The Orbis programming language was named after its inventor.
Aha! But it's not just any empty old building. What not a lot of people know is this used to be the R&D department of Felt Electrical. And Felt, which now sells ink cartridges mostly, was once a top dog in the turn-of-the-century cybernetics boom.
Hold on. What's R&D? It looks old and weathered, with seagulls picking apart its stone and metal carcass. Bushy undergrowth has taken hold of the collapsed rooftop. Some kind of bird has set up a nest on a broken windowsill.
Apologies, it's an acronym for research and development. They don't use it anymore. You're probably more familiar with RTD, Research and Technological Development.
Mea culpa. You are not familiar with that one either. This man is a bookhead.
That's not surprising. Only a vestigial ink cartridge and ferrotape manufacturer remains. They started out as a midway electronics outfit in Königstein 2 centuries ago. After an aggressive move to Revachol, Feld became a global player in the emerging personal electronics market of the pre-revolutionary era. Still, Tricentennial was beating them in business machines. But Feld had an ace up their sleeve, or should I say they were developing an ace up their sleeve? I'm mixing my metaphors here. It was here in Martinez, possibly in this very building, that they developed prototypes for a tape computer. An elegant folding mechanism of rollers and ferrotape ribbons, portable enough to be a take-it-home solution, revolutionizing business machines, possibly even bring them to the average consumer. Which is a feat of engineering even today's giants, Rehm, ICN and ZAM, haven't achieved yet. Indeed. What?
The revolution!
Unfortunately, their moonshot project never made it to the market. Feld's move to Revachol backfired. The revolutionary government liquefied their assets and expropriated those very advanced prototypes. Possibly from this very building, or one of the adjacent ruins. All of this was built by Feld, even the boardwalk. Wild Pines built Martinez proper as a resort for their middle management. Feld built this side of town for R&D. Yes, they even built a pleasure wheel, but that got destroyed in the war.
A pleasure wheel?
Perhaps reminded of a childhood memory. It's clear he would prefer there were a big wheel lighting up the coast.
Yes, to lure in their star engineers. This part of Martinez was nothing but reeds before Feld arrived. They had to make the prospect of living here attractive. It was supposed to become a global center for innovation in cybernetics. But history had other plans. Oh, I'm afraid it didn't end well for the boys. But this story is a bit too dark for little Mikhail here. Now, if you were to ask about tape computers...
Wait, is he saying that we should just bypass the excesses of the revolution?
Officer, I told you this...
The boy looks first at you, then...
They used them for military communications, but also to write and send out press releases. The most notorious example being Le Decret de Mars. What's the Mars Decree? I mean the radio transmission sent out to news agencies and world governments by the newly created commune of Revachol on this...
A short-lived legislative foundation for a...
It's a beautiful piece of text, actually. A singer-songwriter I know, Charette, called it a love poem to Revachol on her political concept album, Bon Baiser dans le Lind. You should read it. I tried to get Mikhail to memorize it. Tried to. Someone was much too interested in worms to be paying any attention.
The kid takes a peek at the green and silver.
Actually, no one knows. No one even knows what a computer made entirely of tape would look like. But word has it, they were very elegant, exquisite, alien-looking turn-of-the-century hardware.
Buckle up.
10 years ago, I did a little freelancing, I guess you could say. I was a special consultant for an exhibition at the Wompty Dumpty Dum Center in Vredefort, Oranje. It raised the same questions, and we had lengthy discussions with Paul Ockerman, who was head curator at the time. This was before the twins Keith and...
Wait, did he just say Wumpty? He did it. He said Wumpty Dumpty. What the hell is a Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center? And who the hell are Keith and Guy Joost?
The Wompty Dumpty Dum Center for Contemporary Art. The exhibition itself drew on Lagerman's notion of memory, and so there were some parallels. That's... In fact, I'm not. The Wompty Dumpty Dum Center is a place you can visit if you're ever in Vredefort and are ever in the market for an exhibition space / contemporary art research center. But perhaps I should return to the tape computers. As I was saying, the device itself was very elegant, fragile even. One could write directly on the tape using a special chemical solution.
Made of black film and folding tape structures.
Very, very cool. Though I understand the socio-economic causes of the revolution. Yes, the official name of the prototype. Some sources report it as the Feld playback. Who knows? Maybe it was an accident, or maybe they didn't want the technology to end up in the wrong hands. Either way, they're all gone now. All 3 versions of the... But of course, what else? I do have some money, yes, but that's not what's...
He's not gonna give you money. What are you doing? No, I mean, come on. You need the money. If it's not a thing, he can give you some.
Oh no, I don't have it on me, officer. I was talking in more general terms. I'm just spending time with my kid here, showing him around the less... No, thanks to you for having me and little Mikhail here to pick your brain. A very interesting conversation indeed.
Pick your brain. If anything, this was rather one-sided.
The real life. Vale, pues. 16. Dios santo. Te deja de bebé, ¿no? giro este, además es súper rápido de asimilar. ¿Cuánto me queda para subir de nivel? Me queda mucho todavía. El graduado en arte no sé qué me dará, así que voy a parar. Y utiliza el Wumpy Dumpy Center ese. Joder, qué útil.
You see a once bright mural towering above you. The signage has peeled off over the years, but you can still make out Feld Electrical R&D. A slogan used to intertwine with the loops a long time ago. Now, only a shadow of peeled letters remains.
Looks like tomorrow never came.
Ahora por aquí hay un camino, ¿no? Madre mía, que esto es gigante, ¿eh? Me parece de locos. Que haya tantísimo más mapa por aquí. Agua.
A scattering of bullet holes is spread across the cracked wall, reaching from one corner to the other.
Correct. The density of the bullet holes is unusual, even in a general average bullet hole frequency in Martinez sense. Meaning, this is a lot of bullet holes. Looks like fully automatic rifle fire. Something you don't see these days. The manufacturing and sale of automatic rifles was curtailed after the revolution.
A row of ghostly shades stand facing the wall. There are many of them, a dozen at least, their heads lowered and eyes blindfolded. 10 meters away, other shades are lined up in an orderly manner, automatic rifles primed. A gust of wind blows by. The coats of the firing squad flap slowly in the breeze. A single person stands on the side. The morning sun rises beyond the horizon, radiating the first light of the day. A long time has passed since the moment of this fusillading. The abundance of bullet holes leads to two options. Either an inordinate amount of executions were performed here, or they did not use a conscience round, where only one soldier has the loaded rifle. A host of men, probably in everyday clothes, ragged from the conflict and covered in dust. They were not sitting, a common practice for executions in some nations, as demonstrated by the height level of the bullet holes. They stand, facing the wall. It's impossible to discern any details about their personality or background. Ordinary people, familiar, each and every one of them. Foreign dissidents, unwashed criminals, and hoi polloi. Such is your belief, officer. Maybe you should change it. They were praying, screaming. 7 men in combat uniforms and dark coats, holding automatic rifles aimed at the people. Soldiers from some side, but from which one? Men of duty, dark duty, martyrs of the nation, the ardent knights, the few who had the guts to do this. The commandant, the one who gives the order, machine gun fire crackling through the air, the lights of the muzzle flashes dancing on his face.
I don't know. I don't know who died here, lined up beside that horrible wall. It could have been any of the parties involved in the revolution. Perhaps the ones executed here were the loyalist conservatives, killed by the communists at the start of the Civil War. Or it could have been the communists, put to death during the last stretch of the conflict by the coalition forces.
Remember what Trent Heidelstein said about Veld?
Another likely scenario.
Or maybe...
Yeah, it's very unlikely the coalition forces were the ones who died here. They were always the last ones against the wall. To be honest, if a coalition member was anyone in this situation, it was a commandant, the superior giving the orders.
A cold sea wind.
Curioso como le sigue marcando y además en amarillo. Tipo de falm. Oye. Esto me da 2. Aunque me quite uno de percepción, ¿sabes? No hay nada como de percepción por lo que es. Me parece que haya nada más por ahí. Sabor a fe. Sabor a fe. Un segundito de nada. Perdona si estoy interrumpiendo todo el rato, es que estoy esperando un mensaje para irme, de hecho. Esto también se...
That patch of reeds over there, it's a great place to hide something. Kind of out of the way, being so close to the water. Nothing. Just a hunch. The hunch passes, leaving you there.
Go. Nice and easy. No way out, little guy.
There's a cylinder on the ground in which the man is arranging some...
Who's there? Oh, the police.
Is that the police? Why are the police
Cristo
here?
fascista.
Don't worry, Gary. I'll handle it. To what do I owe the...
That's sarcasm. He takes no pleasure from your...
Of course. Thank you for passing along the message. That damn water lock is broken, and we can't go all the way around the 881. You broke the water lock with a motor carriage? There was a billboard in the canal. Not a vehicle. It said Samaran Butter.
Did he say we can go back now?
Yes, Gary. We can go soon. If you see Lena, tell...
Sir, your wife is...
I just have to do one more round. See if the Phasmid has taken the bait. Then we're going.
For all his passion, this man is diligent and patient. You could learn things from him.
Well, first of all, it's damn difficult to find, which is why we've been knee-deep in the reeds laying traps for it. Typical rookie assumption. Insects are much more sophisticated creatures than those unversed in zoology give them. Even simply catching a glimpse of the Insulindian Phasmid would be the apex of my, of any, cryptozoologist's career. But I'm expecting it to be quite giant. One known species of Phasmid, called the Megaphasmodea zoensis, is about the size of a grown man's forearm. So, good question. Being a Phasmid of the order Phantasmodea, a ghost insect, it disguises itself as plant matter in this case the reeds. And I suspect it may have also developed, it's my hypothesis, that it has evolved certain electrochemical defenses that allow it to interfere with animal perception, impeding pattern recognition, confusing the visual cortex. But I cannot describe how these defenses work, much less how they evolved.
Yes, it makes perfect sense. You're beginning to suspect there's something paranatural. A ghost insect, he said?
No, that very little, I'm sorry to say. No one's ever captured a specimen, so all our information is based on first and not yet. That's what makes it a cryptid.
Just out of curiosity, if there's no proof of...
I know it's real.
It's clear that his obsession with the phasmid is driven by something more than the pure pursuit of scientific advancement.
By which I mean, I've heard enough first-hand accounts. There was a credible sighting here recently. A pair of teenagers described a creature that matched the Insulindian phasmid to an uncanny degree. Despite not knowing, it's the first credible sighting in several decades. Admittedly, I have to resist the thought. Such an extraordinary creature is doubtlessly highly resilient. After all, Yes, the females don't need males to reproduce. Makes it easier for a species. Yes, the Insulindian phasmid is a... Well... yes.
More than some, he admires this about her.
Simple. Attracted by the locusts, the phasmid crawls down the funnel. And, having at least, that's the intent. Locusts. Nearly all known phasmids are herbivores, of course.
Inside the traps, a number of locusts crawl and tumble over. A meat-eating stick insect? Does it pretend to be the reeds as part of its ambush behavior? This seems unlikely.
Thank you for your opinion. We have also included plant material in the traps.
Not a big fan of skepticism, this one.
They'll work, I assure you. Yes. What? And I'm eager to return to her, I assure you. But I can't leave before we finish with these traps. My wife understands that just as well as anyone.
Come on, Morel. We've been soaking out here for days. It's time to go back.
And leave the traps? Absolutely not.
Come on, she wants us back. I'm soaked up to my nuts over here. We'll both catch reed crabs if we don't dry out soon.
Won't let Lena down. Sounds like the cryptozoologist's wife shares a special connection to the phasmid somehow.
Of course it's important to her. She's seen it. A verified sighting, on record. One of only 4 this century. Yes, that's how we first came to know one another, in fact. But
Needless to say, you must ask her about the...
suffice to say, it's long been our dream. No. The traps need to be monitored on a regular schedule. What would we do if the phasmid were to starve while we were sipping tea at the hostel?
He's dead set on this.
I didn't expect you to take such an interest in our work here, officer. Yes, indeed. There are 4 in total. One is to the south, on this little... Another we set in Land's End, to the northeast. The third is set near the canal, where you crossed, by a concrete slab. You should check at least one of those before returning to this one, since I just said it. This one's more of a technical...
That seems like a lot. Do we really have time for this extracurricular venture? Is it?
If you think it's important, you have been right before.
Bring it to me at once. That's hard. It's made of musk and research chemicals. The pheromone should attract the insect to you, or at least prevent it from bolting at the sight of you. It's quite potent. Will last you about a week. Wise choice.
I hope you're not buying this. It dispenses it without letting you touch the canister, so it would be precious like holy water.
It is precious. A sing.
Right. Which means you two can pack up and go back to the whirling.
Whatever he thinks about this detour, it's clear that these men are exhausted.
Finally, someone's talking sense.
Thank you for your help. Gary and I will start breaking down camp. If you have any more questions,
If it's more cryptid-related business you want to discuss, you'll have time for. But what if the information is vital?
I'll just.
He seems reluctant to talk about it.
It's not child real. I know you think one is a respectable profession, while the other is superstition. Everyone does. Indeed. No, as I see everything.
He's interested in things that people.
Most established. No.
Ya
Of
me
the
aburro, lo
list,
siento.
yes. We cryptozoologists are brutally honest with ourselves. Indeed.
He has clearly done his.
Yes.
A ver, el
Wumpty
Wumpty
Dumpty
Dumpty
Dum Center.
Dumpty Dum Dum Center ese.
You're at home, stupid cop. Not with the art crowd. You hate them. Everyone
Asco.
hates them. Even they hate themselves. It's nauseating. An industry built on sprezzatura and
Qué
sparkling
pretencioso.
wine. And,
Menudo
let's be
sugestión.
honest, tax evasion
Es una botada.
schemes. The Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center is the heart of this unholy symbiosis of aesthetics and tax optimization. And now that you've internalized it, you can have a piece too.
El gorro está muy bien porque tengo frío, pero me se le acaba picando la cabeza. Método de sugestión. Uf, es una putada, porque es sugestión. Ya me la subí en su momento, precisamente porque la quería más alta. Pero es que la bonificación está muy bien. Yo quería quitar una. Vamos a quitar. Vamos a quitar esta. Autocrítica rigurosa. Sí. Porque no me parece que realmente me esté aportando nada. Ahora mismo está este. Ah, y el graduado de arte sí que lo queríamos. A ver qué nos da.
Hello,
¿Qué dice?
I'm Gary. Yellow Man. I mean, officer.
The lieutenant raises his eyebrows slightly. Yellow man. Interesting. This is something to ask him about. After a little probing first.
I'm just waiting for my friend Morel to finish up with his insect traps so we can return to civilization. I like nature, just not this bloody coast. It's mostly drunks and degenerates that come here. Oh, I've been tempted. But someone has to stay strong for Revocol.
He pronounces Revocol with a hard K, unlike other people. Serious question time. This man is no innocent.
I like to pronounce it the hard way. The old way. The Vespertine way.
He winks at you, trying to relay some hidden message, inviting you to mispronounce it too. It's a secret rite. A very fringe nationalist handshake, probably.
Oh, so that's what the RCM in Martinez is about.
So you do know.
No. Nothing. He was some kind of mercenary. My mug? Why would you think that? Really? I hear it all the time. All in jest, of course. No offense meant to anyone. Okay, I admit it. I threw the mug away in the trash container behind. You're not going to find me, are you? Okay, I deserve that. I don't know what got into me. Stuffing my garbage in another man's property, I've been having trouble at work lately. The Koikos are price dumping us out of competition.
What did you do, Gary?
Nothing. Nothing. Just answering some questions. I know a guy who works with the trash collection services, CS Municipal. He gave me a master key for the trash so I can use the Whirling's trash compactor to store my own stuff. Garbage disposal is expensive as hell. The damn Hemians run it like a mob. I'm sorry, okay? I thought I could cut costs. I shouldn't have. I shouldn't.
Disgraced. No need for the histrionic, sir. It was, after all, just a trash container.
He studies his reaction. Gary doesn't answer.
Officer, please. Let me explain. It's not like that. I was only cleaning up. I live right across the yard from where he was hanged, and I saw him stripped naked. All the clothes lying around in the yard, smelling. People are... Then I came out to clean up the rags, because no one else would. I put them into the Whirling's trash, along with a Okay. I was coming to throw the mug away, and, well...
Right. It was just civic duty.
Exactly. That's exactly what it was. Civic duty.
As he shifts uncomfortably, a series of clicks, like the clinking of glass beads against one another as they roll across a hardwood floor. You've heard this sound before, but where?
What sound? Really? There's lots of weird stuff out here in the reeds, though. Armor? No. I mean, yes. Of course. I know he was wearing. I hope I could help your investigation. In my...
Quiero hacer esta tirada varias veces.
Always a pleasure. I mean, officer.
Is he?
You wouldn't be, please
What?
Of course. Of course. Not many... No. Nope. No.
After all the...
Oh, yeah. A rhinoceros. They have...
But how?
The rhinos start... Yeah.
Super solid art.
The flames are during the local...
The lieutenant. It's clear the burning...
Intentarlo 2 o 3 veces. Porque creo que tiene...
Always a I mean, officers.
Is he?
Contestante. No veas cómo llueve tú.
Always a I mean, officer.
Is he?
Y sí.
Always a I mean, officer.
Is he?
Quiero ese trozo de armadura. Sobre todo para saber si me la puedo equipar. Una vez más y ya está. Lo prometo.
Always a I mean, officer.
Is he? He's looking comfortable enough. Maybe it was just beads. Sounded like beads. But what kind of beads might a man like Gary be hiding beneath his...
I don't pray, officer. No. I help Morel with research sometimes, and I've learned some things along the way. But I don't usually go in for picnics like this on...
After all this time with Morel, he must have an opinion on cryptids. This could lead to a good one.
Yes, officer? No.
After all...
Oh, yes. The burning... A rhinoceros that looks ordinary during the day. The flames are not just for decoration. They are during the burning local.
The lieutenant sighs. It's clear the burning rhino.
They have.
But how is this?
The rhino starts running very fast to build heat, then stops, raises its head. Yeah,
Super solid argument.
not many Sealites here, or anywhere, other than Sail. I meant no offense, truly. Oh, yes, of course he is.
Claro. Sí, sí, claro. Yo no soy racista, ¿eh? Muchas gracias. Tommy León. Bueno, pues ya lo que me queda. Ah, mira.
There's a
seguro que me
trap
pide.
behind you. The ruins of a residential building rise over the reeds. Locusts are crawling around in the trap, confused but
Big surprise. Anyway, 1 down, 3 to go. I meant no offense, just...
Joder, pues sí que se han ido rápido, ¿no? Han volado.
the remaining windows rattle from a strong gust of wind. They're covered in a thick lake. Dripping water falls from a high place. There's rust and corrosion on the bar.
No, I won't even try. You know, I had a partner once. They called him Eyes, because he had to show me things. It's that bad.
This partner of his, Eyes, things didn't end well. It saddens him to say his name. Don't even ask.
Well enough, actually. It's odd how that works. I'm no sharpshooter, but I passed my shooting courses 7 out of 10.
No está mal, no está mal. Bueno, no hace nada. Digo lo mismo.
Someone has left an unidentifiable article of clothing on this roof. The cloth, if you can still call it that. It's streaked with dried seagull shit and tangled with pieces of seaweed. It seems likely that it was left in the surf until someone laid it out on this fence to dry out. Unfortunately, that just seems to have stiffened it into a shapeless
Yep.
mass.
Please tell me you're not taking that with you. It's a guano-encrusted jacket, and you're already carrying around enough as it is.
As you hold it in your hands, it makes an uncomfortable crunching sound. It's a sordid, filthy tale. Not for it occurs to you that you're not even holding the jacket itself, but rather the thick crust of jetsam and seagull shit. It smells like a dead sea creature, tangled in grey strands of seaweed. It must have spent somehow. It was carried or dragged to the boardwalk, if not by human hands. Then the faint impressions of many footprints are also present. The crust is hard. This jacket spent at least a day baking in the sun. Who knows what happened to it then? It's too late. You've already thought about it, and now your hands are covered in muck. Now you're just flicking that shit everywhere. This is a... As you hold it in your hands, it makes an uncomfortable crack. There is no why.
No hay por qué. Simplemente está mal de la cabeza y punto. Voy a llegar allá atrás. ¿Qué es lo que me quita? Bien espacial. Espérate, esto no hay. Percepción. Me da igual. Me ha dado de enciclopedia. Queremos mucha enciclopedia, mucha. Mucha.
The smell. It's awful and familiar. It doesn't help. You can still... Don't you recognize it? That hideous pungency. That faintly cloying sweetness. It is death.
Está muerto.
It must be. The lieutenant has already...
Eyes up, detective.
Muerto, básicamente.
There's some tear. 2 empty bottles of Tallulah vodka and a can of black potent porter.
A tragedy.
He shakes his head with whoever tossed it here. Red Astra is the black market version of Astra. You see traces of mayonnaise and ketchup on it,
eso sí.
as well as a tomato wedge. The wrapper reads, Shish Kebab Revachol. It's no older than a day or two. A man lies on the boardwalk, his limbs bent and neck turned at an unnatural angle. Right next to him is an empty bottle of spirits. In his cramped hand, a chewing gum wrapper.
Hold on. Lividity is faintly pronounced. Whoever this is has been dead for 2 days. No longer. We need to investigate.
Another dead body. Calm now. Careful. He's wearing mud-caked boots, beige trousers, and an old brown leather jacket with a bright blue lining. There are traces of kebab sauce. You find some sunflower seeds and a rain-soaked library card folded into 2. His jacket feels sodden and heavy under your hand.
Good. We should take a look at that library card after this is done.
The man has fallen through a crack in the boardwalk and hit his head against the metal bench. Coagulated blood covers his black hair. A bad fall. It might have been dark outside. This place is a minefield in the dark. His expression is dull, like the sea behind him. Drops of water shining on his moustache. His eyes empty and wide. Height 170 to 175 centimeters. He was confused when he died. Confused and alone, most likely. He was just about to head home. The first step back home proved to be his last. That's what the chewing gum... There's some dried blood on the metal bench, right where the corpse's head rests. The floorboards are rotten and slippery wet around the hole. An empty bottle lies nearby. A chewing gum wrapper. A dried chunk of blood covers the hair at the back of his head. An open wound. It's sticky and cold to your touch. This is what killed him.
Ya ves que sí.
This is where he came out of himself, drop by drop, when he was unconscious. It took 3...
I don't see any other major wounds, do you? Seems like the head wound was fatal. It's exactly the shape of the bench.
They screech under your feet ominously. It's hard to say whether the dead man's weight was the cause of the boardwalk to break. You see waves churning below. Something cracks beneath your feet. He could have easily disappeared into the sea through that hole. And you, a .75 liter Tallulah vodka with its cap missing.
Tear all around us. I'd prefer if you didn't collect them this time. It's not proper.
True. It feels disrespectful. Grabowski spearmint chewing gum. Green leaves on the cover. The man's mouth is half agape. The blackness of death. Stench.
He ate the whole pack, right? It's to cover the smell of alcohol before going home. The worst thing is, I've seen it before. Almost the same scenario. Even the chewing gum. It's always the same.
In a ditch off a road below the 881, the entire boardwalk.
Looks like one of the locals. He'd have to know this spot to come here. You don't just walk over here. But that's just a lazy assumption. What do you think?
This is an omen, a sign from above. Don't start drinking again.
Well, at least you're not married.
Or, what if...
But let's try to not run ahead. For now, all we know is that he's an unidentified middle-aged man found dead by misadventure. He slipped and fell through the boardwalk. A truly... Oh yes. Some symptoms of acute alcohol poisoning could have definitely played a role here. Severe confusion, respiratory depression, unpredictable behavior. But I think that death arrived through head trauma, not liver failure. What about it?
Sometimes a kebab is just a kebab.
They'll seal this place off after the news reaches the coalition officials. I doubt that they have enough resources to actually repair the boardwalk. Not that sealing it off would keep anyone away. All it does is keep the city council's hands clean. No, I don't see anything that points in that direction.
Agreed.
It does seem to be a pretty straight... From where I stand, I can see two options. We either take the case and follow the leads to identify the body on our own, or we report a field autopsy isn't necessary if the cause of death doesn't appear to be criminal. And this looks like... I'd say we should just write down head trauma in the autopsy report and leave it at that. Maybe, but we don't really have much time or resources to spare. The guy said processing. Alright, we should first examine the library card you found.
Actual art degree. Trite, contrived, mediocre, milquetoast, amateurish, infantile, cliché and gonorrhea-ridden peon to conformism. I fucked me. Affront to humanity.
Vale, o sea, tampoco... Me gustan más o menos las bonificaciones que da. Vale, ya hemos mirado por aquí. La mantequilla samarana me la sigue marcando, pero... no sé exactamente cómo quiere que...
A metal
lo
payphone
repita.
under a yellow plastic dome. You could use it to call... You hear the tone. Calling. Still, this feels wrong. End of tone. Someone.
Pierre? Is that you, Pierre? So nice of you to find the time to call me. It gets so lonely. Even the animals have died. Are you sure you're Pierre? Your voice...
Her voice is drowned in white noise. You get a sinking feeling. Calling. Still again. Someone.
Hello, Gerard speaking.
Hello, Gerard. Technically speaking, you're electricity.
No.
Phone disconnect.
Me va a dar todo ahí.
Calling. Still.
Stop calling me, man. I'll get you your money, alright? I just need till tonight. Let me work.
The phone disconnect. Calling. Sounds like he hasn't talked to anyone in quite a while.
If I could go just 1 month without writing, no, 2 months, I could regenerate my brain. Fuck.
The man disappeared. You do not hear the customary disconnect tone. Seems like it did not have time to swallow the coin. Lucky you. The call went too far. You close your eyes and put your index finger on the rotary dial. Then pull down on the number. Then move one up and repeat the motion. Strange. This is not how you started before. You dialed 001. This is not the area code of Revachol. It is another. 005 is Revachol, ZOC. 001 is Grad, on the Gradian Isola, where the telephone was invented. 41441117 yes. 451-67-451. 451. You have dialed God knows how many numbers. The headset has been waiting an ultra-long distance call. Your air fills with a crackle, the wash of a strange ocean full of white noise. A little bird starts ringing, calling, the saddest sound, calling still. The lieutenant is too far away to hear your yelp. The sea wind blows.
Si vaya. Digo, no te lo puedo decir.
Calling. Then the...
Hello? Who is this? What? Oh no. Is that you?
This is too much. You need to recede.
Oh no, not this. What, Dora? Who is this? The connection is bad.
Dora. The name feels like a gift. In the distorted distance, you hear someone turning next to... Don't react. Whatever you do, don't react to that last thing. It doesn't matter if you react or not. You still think...
No. It's you, isn't it? It's you. You're not a Kingsman, Harry. You're drunk.
You only have 2, maybe 3 things left to say before the...
Oh, God. Do you know what time it is? It's so late here. It's 4 o'clock, Harry. I need to wake up in 2 hours. Yes, I'm in Morova. Sleeping. To work. The academy, where I work.
No response, only a sigh.
Daño crítico.
What do you want to talk about that we haven't talked about?
This is bad. You feel your right hand on the handset cramping up with pain.
Yes. Oh no. Please stop. Please, let's just hang up.
She does not answer anymore.
Harry.
Disconnect tone. The machine ran out of money. You dial the number again. In. Calling. It looks like she does not want to pick it up, Harry. Stop scaring her. Come on, you know why. Calling.
Harry, please. Please.
Joder.
I'm going to hang up now.
Phone hang. Disconnect tone. You dial calling, and calling
Joder.
for who knows how long, but no one answers.
Pues vaya F. Ay, que no me responden. Vale, a ver. Hasta que enseñe la placa. Le enseña la placa, hijo de puta. Porque realmente lo que mejor podemos hacer es hablar con la gente por aquí y ya está, ¿no? Tiene toda la pinta. Ya no hay nada más que explorar. Va a ser hablar por aquí con la peña. Algo de forma física, menos 2 de sugestión, menos 1 de ojo humano. Es que estoy un poco regular, ¿eh? Ojo humano solo tengo 1. La jodida la cosa.
Hi, officer. Anything I can help you with? A fishing village on the seashore. This place doesn't really have a name. It's sometimes called Elysium. The sign on the street leading here is illegible. Has been since they built this place. The name is Lillian. People call me Netpicker. I think I have time for questions, and that was actually the second one.
Indeed, you're always confused as to your wearable. Ask her about the cool sword. Helps to break the ice.
Unfortunately, the factory sold this one with a 3-year warranty instead of a story. It's to intimidate folks, mostly. Not really. I know some basic moves, and I know it sure as hell beats a knife when you're in a... It's a regular mass-produced sword, like a shovel or an axe. From time to time, people need a lesson in respect. That's just... No, I'm afraid not. Tempting to confiscate the blade I used to keep these animals in. What makes you think we haven't? The truth is that almost everyone in this life is scared and tired and that goes for men too. But they put on an act for us. Pretend like everything's good and living in shit doesn't bother them. Like anyone falls for that. No one wants to talk about how frightened they are. Some went to patch their wounds, their lesson learned. Others were more thick-headed. And one of them, I ended up marrying. Guess I enjoyed the way he bled.
If it is, then why the melancholy?
Gone. To the waves. The sea took him. It was a long time ago. He didn't respect the sea. Went out there, drunk like a skunk, and sure enough, one day the boat was found floating empty. The bloated corpse turned up 2 weeks later. Now, before you tell me how sorry you are for my loss, know that it was 4 years ago, and I've moved on. There's only so much mourning you can do for a drunk with sinewy muscles. Us working folk don't have the luxury to be bedsick with melancholy. I buried him, mourned for an appropriate amount of time, and went on. Life didn't really change that much for me and the kids.
This is neither a touchy nor...
Do it! Hit on the widow! It's the right thing to do!
Oh yes, she does. You need to get your drink on. There is no other way for human beings to procreate. Not after 6,000 years of yeast cultivation-based mating rituals.
Okay. Where's this going? Absurdly and pointedly phrased.
She doesn't even understand you asked her out. Perhaps you're too sober to pull it off right.
Oh. That's good to know, I guess. Why is it in the sea? An installation. Us poor people are stupid and don't get installations. All I see is a heap of trash. This actually calls for a funeral, I think. Aye. Feels deserved, don't you think? Falling in the line of duty like that, and quite odd. Our things are part of our life world. They're made with our human sweat, and they share human history. We should care about them as we care about humans. To some extent, at least.
Life world. Someone's been reading up on last century Gotwaldian philosophers. Play it cool now.
Oh yeah? You won't even be able to get it out of the water before early June. And where are you gonna bury it? Who to invite? What Take it from someone who's been through a few funerals. It's easiest to just leave them there and let...
That's all we have time for right now anyway. Come back here in June and see how you feel about it then. It's not like it's going anywhere.
Absolutely. Things like what, for example? Sure is. The sun, I call her. Like I said, fish mostly. I sell the fish to people in the Delta. Sometimes I also walk to the beach to see what the sea has given up. The sea is full of surprises.
Keep it professional, man. Don't make it sound... This is what is called a conversation. You don't have to be guarded right now.
Oh, very. Finding pieces of glass, bits of what else? Bottles, drugs also, lost cargo.
All right. Major choice moment. You only get to ask one thing. It would be weird to say them all. Choose wisely.
Well, you're barking under the wrong tree then, officer. I have no interest in floaters.
Yeah, maybe stay clear.
Let's see. Well, how can I assist you then, Oh? Well, how can I assist you then, officer?
No parece que va a hacer mucho más al respecto. Esto es tan específico que creo que no me hace demasiada... O sea, no me merece tanto la pena, yo creo. Empiezo a interiorizar ese y a ver si me acuerdo de cancelarlo. Carne de biblioteca doblado. No way. No way. Voy a hacer una pausita, corta. Y ya está. Ha sido cortita la pausa. Señora, dígame algo.
You're not sure about the melody, but it might be South Samaran, possibly Sigayan, also known as the Apricot Suzunti.
Welcome to the fishing village. Please lean in closer. I have cataracts. Oh, welcome, police officer. We don't cause any trouble around here. And we don't want any trouble,
We are not here to cause any trouble, madame.
Trouble? Say the second thing, Bratan. Shows you got style.
Oh, of course. Last time we saw you around here was 12 years ago. You also came to take care of trouble then. Wish you did. But still, in Martinez, you're considered an ill omen. No, not you personally. I meant the RCM. Some of the men got into a fight. One of them killed another. He was brooding, needed some help opening the door. You got it open for him, and took him to think about what he'd done in a more secret...
She says it as if he was on some kind of spiritual retreat.
Oh, the usual. Dark tidings. Black hound.
That's you, all right. A black hound licking your own heel.
Maybe they are afraid, because you're an ill omen. But you're still welcome here, as long as men with guns aren't chasing you. And maybe even then, because that's the kind of fishing village we've built. I'm sorry there's not a lot of room to park the motor carriage, and not a lot of houses, or a lot of people. My kids are long gone, searching for treasure. So are others. Ah, look at me ramble on. Stay? Most people here are trying to leave. That said, if lodgings is what you're looking for, I've got a free room in the shack. I won't charge you for it. Take it as a gesture of goodwill from the village to the RCM. No one is using it, and God knows it's not much anyway. You can stay there. That's exactly how they get ya. That's why we built our own cinder block houses on the seaside. So we don't have to give money to those crooks. We might not look like much, but they are ours. My kids grew up and left like they do. The house is long empty now. I live in the small side attachment. It's easier and cheaper to keep warm. Aye, the room is pretty bare bones, but it's got a bed and roof over it. That's more than some folks have around here. You best not be plotting another revolution under my roof. We barely got through the last one. Don't make an old woman regret opening her house to the police.
Well, if you are not in the hostel in the morning, I'll know where to find you. Here, in a shack.
He's a little relieved you're no longer in that room. Should he? This environment encourages one thing, and one thing only.
Finally, you have those lamos of Martinez off your back, Bratan. This looks like a great place to bring chicks.
Just us. It's barely a village anymore. We almost don't exist. This is pretty much a non-place. A gap. A blank spot on the map. Just a cluster of nameless shacks on it.
The place is so pornographically poor, it's not even funny.
Over there, you can find more of the same. Shacks and trees growing wild. That's the
Simpática el señor
pox.
Armayo, me cae bien. Me ha dado una casa gratis.
An old military hospital and its surroundings. Or it used to be, during the time of the suzerain.
The old woman shakes her head slowly. She drops the rag into the bucket. It's clean now.
Now the area is crisscrossed with nameless streets. and makeshift cinderblock houses. The goodwill ran out. The staff left and the place was shut down. It's long gone by now. Well, there's Lillian and her kids. A few new folks live in the house to the east, but they're away right now. And then there's the drunks. Not a pretty sight, but there's little we can do about it. Home is home, even for them. Lillian is tough. Tougher than the men here, at least. If it wasn't for her and the kids, sooner or later you'll see for yourself. The lack of wealth is the one thing we've got in abundance.
Riddles. Fits with the general ambiance here.
Aye. Sometimes it's as though I'm also gotten lost inside this nameless nothing. Oh, it seems to be a common theme these days. Isn't that what people always think when they are lost? Something I can do for you to find your way, officer? Here, for you? No, officer. The only money we have here is some coins the drunks tried hiding from their women and then forgot about.
She nods, rinsing another piece of cloth.
Not much. There's the abandoned church, the DeLorean Church of Humanity. It's been there since before my time, even. Some things just don't fly, officer. Look around. Who'd go to church here? They built it 300 years ago. Must have been nice.
So, they don't hold services there anymore? The Ecclesiastes?
No, we've tried, but things just keep happening. Crime, accidents, other things. The place never stays open. It's a pity. It used to be such a nice church.
She's not telling you all she knows. Keep her talking.
Well, there's that music. Music from across the sea. It started a few days ago, and now it's blasting even through the night. And now, suspicious-looking people are sneaking around the church.
Interesting. You could look into this ruckus. Perhaps the mysterious music is somehow connected to the case. A Rusalka or a half-demonic Apsara singing.
Before you get to the church, there's some ruins, an apartment complex, or some kind of electrical plant. Run-down bunch of houses. I don't know exactly. A pre-war place. It used to be something. Before the war. I wasn't here then, you know. Was born in Samara. Of note, the old fish market up on the boardwalk. But it's closed. No one. That's why it's closed. It was once. Now, what catch we do bring in goes straight into a lorry for the Delta or somewhere else. What? You're one of those real estate people with big plans? If you want a development opportunity, you can check out. Used to be a supply depot, we think, sending goods and ammo across the bay. It's jammed shut though. We tried to get in, see if there was anything to sell or scavenge. And now you know everything there is to know about this. Me? No one. Just an old washerwoman. Mother called me Isabel. If now it's your turn, Mr. Quite a handle you got there. So many titles.
She's got a couple of ranks herself. Honored chief and so on.
I can wash it for you, but it's going to take about a half an hour.
Hell yeah.
I could use a breather. It's been another track and field day.
Well, hand it over then, and I'll see what I can do. Must say, I'm proud of this one. It's pretty nice underneath all that filth. I hope you'll have an easier life in your hands.
Deja cambio de esto, ¿no? No, no. Esto está mucho mejor, vamos. Con diferencia. Pues ya tengo casa, gente.
The door has seen better days.
I'll wait outside to give you some time and privacy to check out. After we are done with the day, I'll still be staying in the whirling in rags.
The key turns with a satisfying click.
No sé si lo escucháis, la verdad.
On the table, you see a bowl of water, a rough soap, and next to it, a small hand mirror. A straight razor soaks inside the water. The water reflects back a vague image of your face. No.
Quiero afeitarme.
On the table, you see a bowl of water, like an artist with a brush or a master
Conseguido
swordsman.
increíble.
You use the small mirror and the straight razor with some soap to remove all that unkempt. The sharp blade chafes against your skin, producing a scratching sound. The surface underneath the beard feels tender, the air brushing against it chilly. They feel so smooth, surprisingly so. A feeling of freshness overcomes you. The water reflects back a vague image of your clean-shaven face. Despite the bulbous nose, unkempt hair, and persistent swelling, you look a little younger. You almost look like your face, such as it is, a regular human face. An old mirror hangs on the wall. You see the reflection of your face in it, such as it is.
Pero me queda dejar el alcoholismo. Lo único que falta. Y a ver si puedo subir un poquito aquí la versión y apagarla, ¿no? Así nos vamos a quedar. Os guste o no.
Our tenant, the police.
¿Cuál es 2N?
The scruffy-haired little boy, the other one, looks indistinguishable from him. He watches his brother kick the stone with his tongue. This one doesn't say anything.
Lily's our mum.
The stone kicker laughs suddenly. His head is too large. The other one laughs. Maybe there's some kind of reason why they're laughing. And if the boy stops laughing, you will never get an answer. That's how it is with these little idiots. The stone-kicking one becomes frantic all of a sudden, as if that's...
He looks just like me.
The boy doesn't answer.
You're bad with kids. Don't worry, everyone is. How about we do some police work now? We're not getting anything here.
You're stupid. Okay.
Necesito cosas para curarme, tío. Porque constantemente estoy recibiendo daño crítico. Y, tío. Vale que estoy intentando guardar cada 2x3 porque es que me voy a la mierda, pero... Madre mía. Este niño también es de Lilian. Joder.
Hello, mister.
She clutches a small stuffed animal. Occasionally, she twirls it around.
Yes, I am. Little Lily. You know my mom? That's nice. My mom is great. She's never angry or anything. It's Lammy. He's my friend. Sort of. Like...
Lambie is a stuffed lamb that...
Yes. Very soft. Isn't he soft? It's a grouse.
You might be able to get on Gart's good side if you replace the broken scooter you almost certainly broke.
I don't know. Sure. I mean, you already took it. I don't like it anyway. It looks angry. Yes. They don't want to play with me. They're older and play outside. They look the same. Sometimes I can't tell them apart. They look identical. Oh, I had gloves.
Where did you get these gloves?
Found them when Lemmy and I were playing hide and seek. In an empty house. Where no one lives.
She doesn't want you to think she stole them.
I hid them. The twins were gonna take them. They're stupid.
We're going to need those gloves. It's for important police business.
Oh. They're in my sandcastle. Behind our house. Under the sand. You can break the castle. It's not very... Bye!
Joder, 2-1, ¿eh?
Weather has not been kind to Lily's little sandcastle. The walls and floors give way to the giant's greed, collapse and present you with a pair of
Congratulations. That's the gauntlets down.
Que no podré poner, ¿no? Conectividad 2. Del tirón, vamos.
As you fold your fingers into a fist, you realize you could knock anyone out with one punch. Your movements cause tiny little clicks, like dice rolling somewhere far away, as the plates reorient to your motions. The hardened vitreous enamel, at once sleek and voluptuous, adds a glow to your cheeks and a spring to your step. Just imagine what a full suit of this stuff could do for you. Remember, this is a highly specialized kinetic redistributor meant to stop bullets. Wear it. Observe its properties. See if there's a weakness in the design. The noxious odor emanating from the drunken.
Don't you call her? Yeah! Don't call Abigail! Uh-huh. Abigail. Don't you fucking...
Abigail is his wife or girlfriend. Chances are you're not going to get
Don't call Abigail!
The man hiccups, then mumbles. He snorts and beckons you to lean in closer.
Don't call Abigail. Don't call Abigail.
There's no use.
The drunk man starts.
Don't you fucking call her! me! Abigail? Don't call.
There was little chance he'd be a reliable.
Hey, Tequila! Good to see you. How's business? How's the whole... So what's happening? Yeah, Tequila Sunset. How are the,
He says it like it's obviously your name. Like you call someone Billy Brunel or leader of the 4th Street Gang. Good. These people know your true name. Looks like it has preceded you, Mr. Sunset. More on that later.
I like this guy. You should too. He respects you by calling you your true name.
That's the spirit. I used to shape reality into my image, long time ago. Those days are over now. Sadly, things aren't going that well in Idiot Doom's Spiral Land. Haven't found those keys yet, haven't won that great piece of ass back.
This guy's your buddy. You feel it immediately. You belong to an organization. Idiot Doom Spiral, huh? This is bound to be a good, high-concept conversation. At last.
We are saving...
Please!
Okay, we're drinking. We're drinking alcohol. That's what we're doing. So now, it's a pirate's life. It's you. We've met before.
No, you sure don't.
Maybe. You look like you want to...
Tequila. Tequila Sunset. Something ominous there.
Let me take a... Hey, let's not jump ahead of ourselves. You got here on Friday to solve a case, hoping to be the early bird who gets the worm. And by the worm, I mean the buzz. Because as far as I know, all you did was... Word on the street is you went around the local hostel telling people that you're a police officer. And that it would be really fucked up if you shot yourself in the head, right in front of...
It is. The lieutenant's brow is furrowed. He's listening as casually as he can.
Hey, man, I'm not judging. This life's a valley... Either way, it was a late Saturday night when we, the Union of
Oh, yes, you do!
One moment we hear the sound of a motor carriage revving up somewhere on the plaza.
Do you remember the sound of wood
Naturally, loud noises pique the interest of anybody owning a pair of ears. Anyway, there was a brief silence. A gasp of silence, if you will. Sounded like someone jumped the canal. We grabbed our brewskis, and what we saw was a sight to behold. A beat-up police carriage containing you. Right there on the time! So, naturally, being the curious cat I am, The time hath come for Tequila Sunset! Your reality contracted. We ran towards the ice, whilst you crawled your way out, miraculously unhurt. When we finally got there, you were sitting on the beach crying. You said that your badge and uniform were in the car. It was too late. Recognizing a brother in need, we offered our condolences and invited... We asked about the whole Tequila Sunset thing, and you told us it was your name now, and Yeah, ours. How they're
Wow, that's quite...
Yeah, I bet Tequila's a fucking legend around...
If you only knew.
You were pretty vague about it, but you kept saying you got fucked real hard, and that we've all been fucked too. Hey, good. So, yeah.
He said good.
I like this guy. You should too.
That's the sad.
This idiot doom spiral, huh?
We've met before.
No, you should.
Maybe.
Tequila. Tequila sunset.
Hey, you got word?
The lieutenant's brow is furrowed.
Either one.
Do you?
Naturally, loud noises pique the interest of any sound. What we we asked about the whole tequila sunset. No, that hour. How there?
Wow.
Yeah.
If you only knew.
Besides, in retrospect, I guess you lost your motor carriage too. You told us that they were a bunch of.
It's more like you were cramping.
No specifics, though. Yeah, you said it was no biggie and that you'd solve it in no time. And that you didn't need anyone.
A lot of cops go solo and hermit once they reach that.
It's not meant as a joke. He's sorry for the hermit cop.
Yeah, you seemed really mad about I'd rather not get into the details. It was pretty low con. You also kept. It's a hard thing for a man to confront his past. That's why I avoid mine at all costs. Whoop-de-doo. So now,
You might get scammed here.
Booze. Did you? So, have you got anything for good old idiot Doom Spiral? Then I will.
All kinds, sir.
We are. Okay, so now, you two.
Good to see you, friend. Do I have deals set up for you, buddy boy? So what do you want? I've got smokes. They're cheap. Very cheap.
See? It's our end game! Grata! You have to buy it from him! Get it off him! Kill him if you have to!
The lieutenant looks at you, looking at the bottle of spirits, then at Rosemary, suspiciously.
Oh. Yes,
The hook. Where is it? I can't see it.
Hook 'em. Aye. By amphetamine, I mean speed. Sure did, buddy boy. Aye. Good, my man. Now, see, friend, it's real valuable. Worth every real, if you catch my drift. Got it from a bit of a business venture. You know.
He's finding it difficult to focus his watery gaze.
What? This guy.
Conversation might bring a discount, no?
Oh, this is medicinal spirits. The good stuff.
He ain't shitting you!
I got one of those scientific ampules a few months ago. Torpedo, they call it. It's supposed to keep a man from taking a drink. Didn't stop me for shit, that's for sure. 5 lemons with half a pack of butter and you're good to go. It really isn't. Those arseholes charge. But the idiots left me alone in there. Like 3 cans of this. 2 I already sold to these fine gentlemen here. But this last one is yours for 3 real, if you want it. $3 and it's yours.
That's a much more reasonable price right there. Make
Just make sure to...
Bratan! Just wait for my...
soon. The time will come soon. Have patience, brave one.
In the civilized...
Hi, the sea's gonna calm down soon. I can feel it. The wind is turning southeast.
Get the drink on.
Alcohol?
She doesn't even understand. A familiar apparatus. The reeds sway. This trap is also full of...
Another empty trap. Always up for a good job.
old door, worn by elements, guards the depot.
It's military. A service depot of some sort. The washerwoman mentioned a depot at the coast. She said it was for moving ammo and cargo across the bay. This might be it.
An old door, worn by... You rattle the handle a bit, then push on the door.
We don't get in there. Frankly, you're just going to have to accept the fact that you...
No. We've gotten into every door thus far. That's what we do. We open doors. We're cops. That's our perk.
Relax. No one's hiding in there. If we can't open it, others can't either. And thus they can't get...
At least you can think about
Uy, que estaba muteado. ¿Desde cuándo llevo muteado? Hostia, qué susto. Estaba diciendo que la vamos a abrir, obviamente. Ven acá para acá. 16:36. Pero nos hace de noche, ¿eh? Este paso. ¿Qué coño? Parece un poco de locos esto. Por aquí no se podía ir a ningún lado. Vamos a hablar con el señor este que está aquí. Señora, perdón. Esta era una chica. A ver, no me miren. Soy una chica.
The tent is just tarpaulin fabric covering a pile of stuff. The flap.
Come on! Get in and close the flap behind you. The warm stuff's getting...
It's safe to assume this is their leader. Or at least he thinks he is.
Vale, entonces primero sí que voy a hablar con esto. Joder, qué tía de fuerza. ¿Qué está
A
haciendo?
shaggy-looking girl in her late teens or early 20s kneels on the ice with an electro...
Oh.
It's cold out here, but she's not wearing a hat. She must be freezing.
Huh? So should you.
Qué bueno.
Oh, I didn't notice that. Yeah, well... Look, man, fuck...
What did she just say? That's not how a civilian is supposed to address an officer of the law.
I'm sorry I said fuck the hat. I was... My whole family swears and it rubbed... A cell.
Her hair is dyed blonde, with dark roots showing. There's a coarseness to her features, some masculinity below.
Why? Okay, it's Berger.
A very common. You have little reason to doubt that's her real name. But she's not all that surprised by this cop show questioning, is she?
This is a portable recording device. It's for field recording. Low quality, actually just one wire. I picked on it till the braiding came loose. The wire leads to a contact microphone. A contact mic records sounds from inside things, like this ice.
Your mangled brain would like you to know there is a boxer called Contact Mike. No idea.
The mic? I don't exactly know. Yeah, I record stuff with it. No. This is a contact mic.
An entire litany spews forth.
Yes?
An entire
Man, you are one weird cop. You do understand it all just sounds like Mike. Same place I got the recorder from. The Palace. Oh man. You haven't been to the Palaceum? It's the coolest place in this whole drug-addled shit. It's a music club and a synthesizer workshop on Boogie Street in Jamrock. Musicians live there, like real musicians.
Thinking about it really cheers her up. It's a long way from here, though.
Oh yeah. Guess you wouldn't know Van Eyck. Or really be a Palaceum going kind of person. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means either. That's cool. Sucks, man. Was there something else? About the contact mic? Okay. Recording, I guess. I think I'm recording cracks in the ice. But there's no way to tell. Not without headphones. I think my boyfriend sold them. I don't know, man. Things. Just stuff you need for life.
A lie. They were probably pawned off for something suspicious.
The musicians in the Palaceum used them for Anyway, I thought I'd make some too. It's supposed to be like, I don't really know what I'm doing. They use synthesizers too. I don't have a synthesizer.
She looks at the recording device. The thing she thought would fill her hours with joy and escape. It's turning out to be an empty fantasy.
Take this, your call.
No, man, fuck that, I'm cool. I'm sorry I said...
It's okay.
Yeah, maybe you were right about the hat. That...
Este gorro no se lo di ni
The
de
boys
coña.
think it
Le
could
digo
be
al
a
otro si
place,
quiere, pero
like
este
the
no.
Palaceum or something. Stupid. It's really not gonna be... Yeah, Andre and the guys...
And why is that?
They got too much stuff crammed in there. No room. Music stuff mostly. Yep, they were pretty. I'm sorry we sold those. That stuff is more expensive than I am. Go ahead. Okay.
Voy a guardar un momento.
Hello again. I think I don't
A lie.
The musician I don't
She looks...
Take this.
No, man.
It's okay.
Go ahead.
Voy a poner esto. Se lo doy.
Hello again. The music
She...
No, man.
It's okay.
Yeah, maybe. Thanks. Go ahead. It's supposed to accept that. Yeah. You know, anodic, cathodic, music that's made with electronic instruments. Synthesizers and tape
You see clear, beautiful, violent flashes of light. This is an evolutionary step up from amplified instruments, which in turn are a step up from acoustic.
I know. It's not my idea. Andre and the boys found the place. It was supposed to be deserted, but now they can't even take it. Hey, you two are cops. Okay, well, maybe you could talk to Andre and the guys, because there are some strange things going on in that church. If you're police, you should look into it, right? They're inside that thing there. Would be cool if you did. Was there something? Go ahead. Well, it's just questioning, right? You're just questioning me. It's what cops do.
Fast and clean, a good one. Can't quite say it's a lie, but it feels like one. She's better at lying than she'd like everyone to know.
Once or twice, yeah. I'm sorry I haven't had the Revachol experience they get east of the river. Rich people. Rich people are east of the river. Good luck crossing that river on your police salary, then. The usual. I had, you know, drinking, getting into fight.
Interesting term. Time to glean some knowledge.
Is this a rhetorical question?
Faubourg, not in Faubourg, is a massive banlieue south of Jamrock Quarter. It is the largest ghetto in Revachol, possibly the world. We are Jamrock, sort of.
Jamrock is a district of Revachol comprised of the following quarters: Pox, Villa Lobos, Central Jamrock, Grand Couronne, Old South.
My dad was a drunk. Plus, I guess, I just wanted to drink too, you know. Get my party on. Thank you?
The girl is truly proud of herself.
Ya, es que estoy esperando a que me respondan lo del Rick. Me dijo la muchacha que iba a hablar con el lead y me respondía para que pudiera empezar. Y aquí estoy, esperando. Así que mientras me dice algo para poder empezar, pues... Oh.
Go ahead.
El periódico.
Hello again.
¿Algo interesante?
The device is still warm from her touch and heavy as a brick from the batteries inside. The company logo, Omicron, adorns its yellow plastic cover. Inside, the tape is rolling. The girl looks at the device in your hands. She looks you in the eye, her pupils wide, surrounded by a ridiculous amount of makeup. The wind howls. It's real. Tell her.
What is? I know. I'll stick to it.
Something changes between you two. She looks at you differently now.
So thanks, I guess, for the psych session. Maybe I can return it. What's been eating you, officer?
Hacer 10 años de... ¿Te gustó? Me alegro, tío. El metro a la vuelta del metro. ¡Eso! El metro de la vuelta del metro con el metro. Y un metro de metro.
What is it? Oh, really? So, the thing that's been eating you is the slow pace of social progress. Okay, so you're not that upset, it sounds like. Uh-huh. And you're sure it's social progress you're distressed about?
Perhaps.
Okay. Why'd you think that? There you have it then, chick trouble. Not political after all. Who was she? Really? You seem pretty upset about this chica. Are you sure you don't remember anything about her? Wow, man. That's some pretty strange shit. Are you sure the letters were for you? How come you don't remember, though? Is it like some selective memory thing? Man, when I get hurt, I just want to forget that shit, you know? That kind of selective memory. Yeah, or it might be that. This one time I did so much booze that I forgot too.
It's obvious she's done more than booze.
Or it might just be some psych bullshit, you know? Königstein wank. You know, the psych thing they've got going on there. Rich people like it. People in Königstein are mostly rich. You're welcome. Might be for the best to keep that shit forgotten, though.
Habrá que hablar ahora con los zumbados estos, ¿no? Como si gana experiencia con las mierdas estas de habilidades, ¿eh? Joder.
Come on, get in. Sorry, we barely have room for one.
Sí. Utilizar ya la de una puerta más.
You go ahead. I'm
actually not, he thinks. I just dislike the...
I'm sure you will feel right at home. I'll keep watch.
Cabrón, ¿no? Mira, podemos ver dentro. Sí. Lo de la
One
puerta.
more door. There is no way to open the supply depot door. Accept it. You cannot open all the doors. You have to integrate this into your character. Some doors will forever remain closed, even if every single other door will open at one time or another. Maybe to a key, or maybe to some sort of tool meant for opening doors.
No entiendo, se bloquea la tirada básica de psique. Pero si yo tengo psique para ir regalar. Ah, ¿se desbloquean se refiere? ¿A que vuelvo? No. No entiendo nada. Podría quitar el chaval, esto no vea. La locura.
A young man with peroxide blonde hair holds up a Harmon
Parece un
Welsh
elfo.
tape player, nodding along to the music, as though you're supposed to be sharing some tremendous evangelical.
Hardcore! Hardcore! Hardcore to the mega! Internally coherent! All-core! All right! Yeah!
He furrows his brow as his very large head
Hardcore!
Is it though? What is it? I mean, really?
Feels like you should reply with the very pinnacle of idiocy here, so that things get totally transcendent. But you haven't gotten there yet, so you don't know what to say.
I am the Mike Enforcer. I am...
Could there have been a right way out of this garden of forking paths, you think?
Acertijo de cabeza huevo.
The young man,
This is hardcore. It's hardcore! Skibbity.
your cop trained,
Back to the head. Hardcore! It's hardcore! Skibbity.
your cop training did.
Vikla. True. Hardcore! Yeah!
This young man adds a camp. Or maybe it's not Gotvalian. Maybe it's Oranese. Probably an homage to Oranje, where Arno van Eyck is from, judging by...
You know about him? You know Van Eyck? Wow!
The skinny wraith looks at you.
So am I! So am I! Oh! Is that why they call you Egg? Egghead to the Mega! The K became the G! The Advent? Viklo! True! Hard! Hardcore! Hardcore! Here comes the night! Viklo! True! Hardcore! Yeah!
This young... Or maybe it's...
The Y to the... Yeah!
He missed one A.
I'm the hard... Viklo! True! Hardcore! Yeah!
This young... Or maybe...
The Y... Yeah!
He missed one...
It's nice to be important, but it's important... Viklo! True! Hardcore! Hardcore to the... Internally coherent... Good morning, yeah! 1, 2, 3! Yeko kata! The play... Yeko...
Yekokata is an abbreviation from the Gradian term, Zone of Ecological Catastrophe, an agricultural mega-project, an intricate system of irrigation networks pockmarking the earth, intermittent seas of phosphorus mud, ripped top.
Viklo! True! Hardcore! Hardcore to the mega! Internally coherent... Good morning, yeah! It's the mess... Viklo! True! Hardcore! Hardcore to... Internally... All car! Gotta get the people going! I'm the party boy. It's my... Hardcore party...
There is a place far away in Cutler,
Ah, me hago rico aquí hablando con este señor.
known as Winter's Orchard.
Viklo! True! Hardcore! Hardcore to... Internally... All car! Gotta get the people... Yeah!
Yeah.
Viklo! True! Hardcore! Hardcore! Internally... Good morning, yeah! Yeko...
Yekokata, an intricate...
No, esta es la de antes.
Viklos! True! Hard... Intern... All car! All... Gotta get the people going! I'm the 2 on a track! Viklo! True! Hard... Intern... All...
He furrows his...
Hardcore! The question is, what is the question? But there was a question. Viklos! Hard... Intern... All...
He furrows...
Hard... The question is, but there was no question.
Vale, pues ya no hay más diálogos ahí, así que...
You see a youngish man bleaching the tips of his hair with a toothbrush.
Hello, I'm Andre. It's a pleasure to meet you.
There is definitely something futuristic about his hair. Aggressively so. Imbecilic. Yes, should the future ever come. His grip is strong, sweaty, and warm.
This is my posse.
The young man with earrings looks at you.
An egghead.
Egg!
Together with a Cell Burger, who's out there right now, doing some seriously progressive sonic experimentation, we like to think of ourselves as music venue organisers. We have many in the pipeline office. You see, we've been all over Jamrock.
Also for talent!
Yeah, thank you, Egghead. And while there is no shortage of raw, unfettered talent...
Place is a shithole!
I apologise for my friend Noit's potty mouth. I realise this is not how you speak to a police officer. He has authority issues. Ah, so you've met her? Good, yeah. It's a matter of occupied ecclesiastical property. I bet you've noticed the derelict hive of narcomania.
An attempt to pander to your perceived conservative sensibility.
I'm talking about the church. And I'm not exaggerating. Even a place of spiritual refuge can become a magnet for all sorts of dopeheads and burnouts if left unattended.
Dopeheads!
Burnouts!
Well, I'm sad to say, that's exactly what happened. Sad because we were just about to put Martinez on the map with one of the maddest dance clubs in Jap.
Strike that!
And sadder yet, because the dopeheads and burnouts holed up in there were the worst kind.
He leans back a little, watching you with a steady, serious gaze, letting you imagine just how bad those dopeheads and burnouts were. Good. This calls for an opinion. You're an expert in those.
Yes, yes. And the worst part is, they're also spooky. I was hoping you would be the judge of that, officer. All I can say is that also, they don't eat or clean the building. Shit's gonna collapse. People just want to spin tapes without them spooking it up. Thank you, Egghead. So you're gonna look into it, right? It should be a police matter. Getting them out. Whatever spooky stuff they're doing, I'm sure it's not what the Ecclesiastes meant their property for. All right, man. I asked Noid to install a measure against more drifters wandering in. A padlock. It's a temporary fix. Just something to contain. I had to do it in an hurry. Not my best work, but it should all... Of course. Noid, give the officer the key. Only if he promises to look into the spookers in the church. Officer, I apologise. Noid does...
Damn it. Take it. Don't you just want to see what's in there?
Brilliant. All right.
You sense the trajectory of the little piece of metal and plastic. The object makes a small ring and ka-ching! The key hits your palm. The speed freaks nod to you approvingly. The young man with ribcage-shaped suspenders feels nice. It would feel whole.
Not long. Like a week, maybe? I'm super sure they're alive. I mean, come on.
Somewhere in the ruinous past that led you here, there was something called
Yes, I do. I listen to Channel 8 all the time. I know about crime stuff, and I assure you, officer, this is not what's happening here. I'm at least 80% sure they're alive. I mean, come on. Most... I don't know. What does anything mean, really? Oh, yeah. I knew you...
It feels good to be the smart cop, doesn't it? That's a good cop to be. Has a nice ring to it. Smart cop. You wouldn't want...
Oh, okay. I won't do... Sure, man. Tell us what you want to know. Truth is, I don't really know. None of us do. I don't even know how many there are. All we've seen are glimpses. Well, there's also the machinery.
This machinery is of the deeply mystical...
When I first scouted the place, back in February, it was abandoned, empty. Took some time getting the crew together. So about 2 weeks ago, we came here hoping to set the... One of them has wires running into bowls of water. Wires into water. Andre, tell him Oh, and it felt like there was something in there with her. No. Which other one? I'm not as in tune with my... Felt like silence. Awful.
For this man, even regular silence is awful enough. But that was...
Not exactly. We've just seen someone who we think is a woman. Like, you aren't alone, you know? It wasn't quite human, if you know.
Not human, as in a ghost.
It was this dark shape climbing upside down along the ceiling, like some kind of crab man. Yeah, you know, the way it was climbing up and around the... It was stalking a cell, exhibiting ambush.
Odd. Crabs are usually marine creatures, and not known for climbing walls.
Yeah, totally. You should ask her about it.
There probably is no crab man. Don't let them draw you in with this nonsense.
You should talk to Noid about that. I just got a distinct burnout and dopehead sign from them. Probably jacked up to some snuff station too. Probably very... Well, honestly, I can't. But I am.
This is a below-feeble attempt at avoidance. Basically, he is attempting to...
Hey now! I'm 70% sure their substance... Don't let all that technology fool you. Sure. What? He's a quiet man. Mostly communicates through music. And by being a master of ceremony. You know, a host. A declaimer of slogans.
Interesting, sire. A bit like you, then. An MC.
Well, He's just kind of here. I don't really know how to communicate with him. Yeah, sometimes. When I, stumble and find my way...
The man smiles mysteriously. I get it. He's a puzzle.
Oh, yeah. That's a meteor and name for the founding party.
If you don't know what the founding party is, there might be a way to mask it with minor demagoguery.
La señora no me responde, tío.
Come to think of it, I've never really looked them up, you know? I can't give you a precise definition, but they're a very and they have roots in ancient mass society. And they're the custodians of the Pericanassian church. Plus, they anoint the innocents. They, made the innocentic system, no? Totally.
The Pericanassian church is about love. And Nordic music is love is hardcore.
Unity.
Make some noise for my Insulindian.
You feel it. The anodes and the cathodes coursing through you. Your big toe starts tapping along to the base, as if testing the waters. Feels good.
Oh yeah, he's coming around.
Your pussy's like your...
2 men and a woman. The woman, why are you worried about the Lieutenant Efrater?
Are we?
You hear...
Yeah! Yeah!
You see...
Do it for the masses. Do it. I didn't want to say it, but it was pretty lame of you to imply otherwise. Anyway, you got more questions?
The one with the large head.
Yes. What? Yeah. Good to have, bitch to carry. When I first scouted the place, I did some oh, it's the one they sell at the fuel...
It's like he's lying to you, my liege. But he's slippery enough that there's nothing for you to grab hold of.
Yeah. Good to... Yes. Yeah. It's the one...
It's like he's lying to you, my...
It does. Told you we have a smell problem. Ether? I don't smell ether. Do you, Noid? No.
He sniffs the air. It doesn't take a forensic scientist to guess it's drug-related. They look and act like the kind of guys who've done their fair share. However, their breathing is regular, their jaws stay put, and their pupils aren't dilated. At least, not under the influence of...
The what now? Oh, the old Ultra.
He's like an actor, looking to the suit.
I have a major sinus infection, stuffy nose. We all do. Shit's all blasted up. Winter. Can't even... Yes, that's all Nosefed's doing. Nosefed is the shit. Sure. Here you go, officer. The noser. Blast away.
He nods enthusiastically.
As always. Hi again. So, how are things going?
Okay. Indeed. Plus, it still feels as if...
As always, we'll be... So you had a talk with Andre, and now you want to discuss things with Noid. Good. It's good you talked to Andre. Yeah. I suck at socialising, man. Weird stuff. Specialised. Wires going into water.
The People's Republic of Samara is a product of Revachel's sister revolution on the Grad Isola.
Nothing's wrong with it. You should definitely be researched.
The sickest. That's perhaps why.
Most of it doesn't exist. But there's also sonic powers, pale. The hardcore aesthetic is esoteric. It's not meant to be discussed.
It's not easy to reach a harmonic...
Yes. Further sign matching would do good for us. One way to achieve this would be by getting us into the church.
The cloud, true, hard, in turn, all...
He furrows his...
Hard. Is it though? One mind.
Do.
shaggy head.
So you talked to my associates, right? Are you going to help us? With the church, I mean. Shoot. Oh, that. You're not going to believe me.
She's less prone to blurt it out, crab man, than the others.
Okay. I went in and I saw a woman next to one of those. She was dressed like someone who's been raised by their grandmother, you know, strange old clothes. Had this absent expression, didn't say anything, just stood still. And then, you know, right behind her, a man crawled down the wall, upside down like a crab, down the church wall. I think the woman didn't even know he was there. He stopped right before he got to the floor, then just hung there like that, looking at me, right at me. I fucking turned around and walked out.
Like a crab, you say?
It was too dark. I couldn't tell exactly.
Come on, she obviously could. She already went into detail.
He looked like a banger, okay? He was all muscular and stuff. Had a mesh tank top. I know it sounds ridiculous, but that only made it scary.
A crab and a banger?
Yes, a banger. As in a mess gang member. I know what it sounds like, but that's what I saw. Why? I guess so. Anyway, what else? My associates? I haven't got much to say about them. Of course I do. I just don't tell people about my...
To the cops.
Me? I'm a silver bird. Don't know what makes you think it'll be any different later, but... My associates? Sorry. I just don't tell people about my...
To the cops.
Don't know what makes you think...
The cops. Podríamos mirar algo de la iglesia, pero no sé si va a ser... Quizá mejor hacer algunos otros diálogos en la ciudad, ya que tenemos aquí.
An old door.
It's me, the washerwoman. It's me, the washerwoman.
Pero... Bueno. Voy a abrir la puerta. O sea, esta. Ya ve que...
Heavy wooden doors, more than twice your height, stand shut. The carving on the door is block-like and angular, like the church itself. Too large. The surface is smooth from the wind, but moist to the touch. This cheap-looking padlock is sturdily built. It shackles together a hasp. It'll be easier to break the staple than the... You see a yellow circle with two X's and a big curve below them that looks like... There is something blindingly modern about this symbol. Its modernness puts to shame everything you've seen before. He takes off his glasses and uses a blue...
No. Looks like a dead man smiling. Suggests junior delinquency. For Revachol aussi, the more these acts aren't called crimes as they would be for adults. Crimes committed by minors. I haven't seen that sticker before, and I'm not a youth. That level of conceptual thinking is not part of my skills.
There's nothing like the sound of a sticker unpeeling. Now it's stuck to your thumb. Voila! Looks very modern.
Envía tu documento, tarea secreta completada.
You're part of the future. The lock turns.
Let's go.
As you do, you hear the echo of the doomed commercial area. Its black holes and dusty machines. A great whoosh of air rushes into the dark innards in the heart of the city.
The heart of the city. Necesitaremos una linterna, yo creo. Oh, no, esto está bastante bien iluminado. Joder, qué chulo el sitio, ¿no? Qué guay, no mandas de nada. Un cable corriendo directamente hacia él.
A machine stands in the corner, watched over by the figures.
Another radio computer. And this time it's already turned on.
These machines sometimes harbor traps, he thinks. Alarm systems and the...
We should leave. I doubt this place bears any connection to the case. It's also quite similar to the one we have down at the station. Must be the same model.
The one you saw earlier was the Ream Civic. This is the Ream Prefect, a model number RC7024, equipped with a Feld mainframe and a Ream-compatible interim printer. The Ream Prefect is the governmental version of the commonly used Ream Civic model. Although mostly based on the same technology, the Ream Prefect, you see fluorescent play and print buttons on the keyboard. The lieutenant says nothing. Behind the hatch sits a cube-like crisscross of filaments, another filament memory. Press play to talk. Nothing happens.
Antes de darle a imprimir, quiero echar un vistazo al sitio. Qué bueno. Empatía o percepción. Empatía 6, percepción 5. Queda mejor percepción. ¿Por qué no podéis ver? ¿Cuál es el problema? Ah, hay que meterse por aquí en medio. Ah.
The silence in this part of the church, it's almost palpable. All the shifting. Maybe if you were to stand in just the right spot, even your footsteps would be completely silent. And then it's gone. Almost all of it. You can hardly hear your own breathing. Your voice is barely audible. Not a howl, but the sound. You produce a few muffled thumps, after which the silence feels. The lieutenant points to his ears and shakes.
Can you hear anything? I wonder why the church was built with such strange...
His detached tone conceals how. Maybe the church was designed this way to prevent boisterous activity, singing and dancing, on its premises.
Could be.
He doesn't seem entirely convinced, though. The lieutenant...
Can you hear anything? The church...
His detached tone concealed. Maybe the church was designed this way to prevent boisterous activity. The lieutenant doesn't reply. The orderly rows of ceiling panels become barely visible, then disappear completely in the darkness of the tower overhead.
No puedo volver a intentarlo, joder.
The silence, the darkness. Relax. It'll be okay.
Oh, menos mal. Superada. De hecho que había una campana, ¿no? Era lo que estábamos intentando observar. Ah, esa campana. Puede que sea eso entre eso y los cables
It's
lo que
like
está
there's
absorbiendo.
something moving up there. A shadow has emerged from the tower and it's making its way toward you through all the other shadows. Yes, it's not a shadow anymore, becoming more substantial as it gets closer. The shape of...
Officer, is there something up there?
Oh no, you've lost sight of it.
Pestañear. No,
You see something hanging from the rafter. Maybe it's possible to talk to it. Fairweather T500.
T500.
Remember that weakness you were looking for in the ceramic armor? Like, maybe it can only stop small, fast projectiles, but a large...
Ay, qué idea, la verdad. Pero bueno. Es que hay una amarilla.
The shadow is a man made of the same stuff as the crab man. The man leaned forward a little, fixing you with a steady...
Habitual alcohol use has made you into a scared little pussy, Holmes. But don't worry, everything's gonna be alright. You come to the...
That accent is Villalobos, a peninsula in Mesk and a district in general.
Here you can receive the mother's love. And when you're ready, she will take your hand and lift...
This man is obviously a habitual narcotics user. Do we really need to...
I'm put off by this religious stuff, he thinks. And maybe the ceiling climbing, too. It's all very hard to square with the lieutenant's own view of reality.
Está crudo, way. I see deep inside you. Your body and your spirit are suffering greatly from overindulgence. I know it's hard to admit that you got a problem.
You know, actually, since we're here, you may want to pay attention to what the ceiling climber is saying.
Don't trust me. Trust the mother. This is the Church of the Mother of Silence. You are welcome here.
You have no idea what the fuck he's talking about. 'Tis not an act, my liege. Save him perchance he hath deceived his very self. This man is a zealot.
Other spoker? Oh, esa viejita.
Viejita is grandma?
No. I just call her viejita because of her clothes. She's actually quite young. Or maybe not that young. That's what I said, Holmes. Don't really follow her comings and goings. Just see her typing on her computer now and then. We got different interests. I'm afraid not, Ese. You just have to wait until she comes back,
Un momento, voy a
or...
dejar. Es puntito.
Or search through her radio computer.
The ones in the tent outside, right? I see them. Think they scared of me. Nah, man. They look pretty funny. And I don't harm no one, and why not? They wouldn't bother me none. I'm usually way up there, imbibing. Might even be nice to have some company.
He said that in spite of himself.
Never known myself to be a crab. But if that's the name you got for me, I always thought of myself more like a flame, flickering along the rafters and beams. It may be I was in a gangway, but my memories of that time are fading. Most of them are already gone. Nah, Ese, it's not like that.
Do you remember your names?
The lieutenant is not particularly interested in this.
Tiago's my name. But those syllables don't mean much. Your place amongst your fellas. Your place in the world. I ain't got no use for such a place. That's just the thing, Holmes. None of that matters. This is a special place. There's a perforation in the world up there. A way out into nothingness. I circled it. Nurtured by the silence bestowed by the mother. One of these days? Oh, that's no simple question, Ese. She is a cavity in the dark, beyond sense. She saved me, but I couldn't describe her to you. No, I will be incinerated, but not destroyed. Finally, at one with the state of the world.
That sounds a bit like substitution behavior.
It's not like that at all.
Too gleeful, those words. He is lying. Not to you. To his...
I heard that before, Way.
There are drugs darker than alcohol circling your system.
She took you for a good spin, huh? Don't worry, bro. That love is but the mother will eat all of you and never spit you out. I know it will take time. I'm a seraph, Holmes. I sing them. I ain't from no Marietti.
Marietti is a mesque style of music and dance, commonly seen at all.
Hard to say. I think I did some construction work here, back when I still had material. Been spending a lot of time here ever since. The past is nothing to me now, Way. It didn't belong to me. I think they were. A long time ago.
The sinewy figure lingers.
Police raid a while back.
Did you witness it?
Not really. Or at least I don't remember much of it.
In white, silver, and apricot faience, the young mother of humanism stands above you. A crack runs across her body. This is her innocence, Dolores Day. Cradled in her arms are a pair of glowing lungs, clearly visible from underneath her flowing dress. You should kneel. Your knees touch the floor. The floorboards are hard and cold. The woman looks down at you, kneeling. She acknowledges the passing of some you. As that soft word passes through your mind, the lieutenant draws an X shape. Your fingertips touch your chest 4 times. Then you rise from your knees into the apricot-colored light of the window. The mother of humanism stands above you, a precious and complex. Despite the damage you've done to yourself, the title appears lodged in your hippocampus. This is her. No amount of Commodore Red can wipe her sad smile from your brain thing. It has survived the deluge and haunts you still, and will haunt you forever, as it haunts the highest category of historic individual, an embodiment more. And innocence is elected to office by the founding party, a precedent that has taken place a mere 6 times in the entirety of history. The legal system of the real and innocence is infallible. The decisions made by one are not decisions. They know we are alone. 300 years ago, in the wake of many things, you know she was a woman of the court, the wife of an influential Marchese, and eventually the principal advisor to Irene la Navigateur, Queen of Serene, modern-day Sir Laclais, all draped in ancient sadness. Are you sure you want to remember this bit of historic trip? The past. It's a silo of sadness. No, you must know. Terribly, women of the court were expected to play both. She made the most of her position in the antediluvian court. A court visited by the most. She was an almost preternaturally magnetic. It was on her advice that Irene la Navigateur sponsored a number of voyages into the Pale. A costly, often tragic endeavor. Ultimately, she was crowned 2 years after the first expedition returned, setting in motion what is widely considered wow indeed. When her innocence was declared, and the queen she had advised for years fell on her, bystanders reported golden filaments lighting the already sunlit chamber around her. That is why the lungs are the symbol of love for the cultures of the Real Belt. As did we all. The lands of the Mess and the Occident, and even far away in a city called Advesperaskit in Vesper Messina, her homeland. The name of the city means evening comes. She was dressed in a white and pearl dress on an emptied out plaza with the crowd far away. Already her Therias, oh yes, she looked like humanity's midwinter snow was beating the cobblestones around her. A small attaché of officials stood by as her Therias placed a white gold wreath on her head. One of the men in this secret service killed her 22 years later. A young man who had come to suspect that Dolores Day was something that had walked in our midst, watching us stumble for hundreds, if not thousands of years, until it decided to interfere in the course. Dolores Day was shot in the chest with a fowling piece 8 times. The man, thought to be insane, said he once touched her and her body had been unnaturally warm, like a furnace, and that sometimes, while on duty, he observed her forgetting to breathe. This inhuman quality was witnessed by many others as well, glowing lungs and all. It is commonly terrifying, is a term too emotionally charged for your semantic memory. Terrifying. It's a simple word. She was bad for humanity, and you shouldn't have started thinking about her. You already do. Although she is often considered to be the greatest human being to ever live, there was something ominous. She was the most socially secluded and least self-aware of all the innocences. Some modern thinkers would consider her a war criminal for the campaigns she waged against the Mesk state. And then there were the resettlement programs. The Mesk state tried to detach itself from Innocentic rule. Parts of the world were experiencing whiplash from accelerating into secularism. Her mandatory education programs and mass resettlement of upstream Marguerite were problematic as well. Dissenters were suppressed, suggesting those who fight against it are not part of humanity. She adored chess, yes, but also military war. Little is known of her Marchese husband. It's as if he vanished from history after completing his role, which was to introduce Dolores Day to court. In conclusion, yes, this subtle terror is part of her iconography.
Lieutenant Yefrater, you've stood there for over 5 minutes. What are you thinking of, if I may ask? That she is. A great sacred piece. I wonder what we are doing here, however. In this church, I mean. The coast in general. The old woman in the village was right. This must be the DeLorean Church of Humanity in Martinez. It's a minor landmark, not easy to find. Most maps misplace it. It was built not long after...
On the coast of an uninhabited archipelago where only animals had roamed before, in the wild reeds.
There used to be 7 stave churches on the coast. Les Setsa, they call them. The Seven Sisters. We should be respectful here, although the building appears to be deserted. I do not believe we'll find anything connected to the lynching.
Respectful? Is the lieutenant a follower of DeLoreanism? A pang of guilt? The lieutenant is leaving something out.
I have a theory, yes. There was a police raid a while back. I heard the place was shot to pieces. The old woman in the village was being tactful with us when she didn't mention it. She has more respect for the RCM than many around. Well, your station was involved, I hear.
How come the lieutenant isn't sure? Is this confidential information?
3 precincts were involved in the raid, and people say Precinct 41 was one of them. I'm sorry, I'm not saying you were. It was a clandestine operation. I don't know anything about it. Good luck. You will not get information on a confidential operation. It happened a while ago. It's an important... Yes, we all are. Her name, body, and rule are synonymous with humanism. The laws we enforce.
The woman looks by in silence, smiling.
It's not spiritual. It's constitutional. The DeLorean system does not...
The mother of humanism stands. A jigsaw of broken shards falls into place in front of you. A ghostly reconstruction of the stained glass window. Before it was shattered, there was an older woman beneath the younger one. And a text. A light motif. Unknown. Something during the raid the lieutenant mentioned. Or just hooligans looking for something to break. The escutcheon on her throne says, Irene the Navigator. She is depicted as an older woman wearing thick-rimmed eyeglasses, holding a golden rights apfel in one hand and a scepter. Small figures of wise men, common men, worshippers walk up the stairs to stand at her feet. Below both women, in luminous black letters, and then along the left side, after life, death. After death, life again. After the world, the pale. After the pale, the world again. This is the great leitmotif of humanism, a summary of
death, life again. This exaltation is common in DeLorean sacralism. In the early years, it was even incorporated as the RCM slogan. It was deemed subservient to use a strongly moral intern-related motto. We already suspected of bootlicking. The sentence was also seen as to justice, union, prudence, and force. So do I.
the mother of humanism.
The mother of humanism. Volveré aquí en otro momento. 4 puntos. No vea. Nada más. Lo que no sé es a qué se refiere con la joven. No veo ninguna joven ahí dentro. La joven, la abuela, en plan, la persona, la mujer que se supone que tiene que estar dentro. Yo no he visto ninguna.
Oh, hey, Wei.
Venía aquí en otro momento mejor. Vamos a hablar con... Vamos a hablar con el del sindicato para que me diga... Para decirle que sí a lo de la pistola, porque aparentemente no voy a encontrar la pistola de otra puta forma. O sea, hay que decir que sí, aunque no me guste. Y mirar... también... Intentar otra vez hablar con Joyce, aunque creo que me va a mandar a la mierda. por aquí no. Y echar un vistazo rápido aunque sean los apartamentos para ver si hay diálogos y tal allí. Alguno tendrá que haber.
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waved me. Now it's your turn, Mr. What?
She's got a couple of ranks herself. On a
Just a visit.
The place is so pornographic.
Over there, you can. And old.
The old.
Now the goodwill ran out. The staff left, and the place.
She nods, rinsing and.
¿Quién nos quiere hablar de lo de la? No me deja preguntarle sobre la iglesia.
Aye, the sea's gonna calm down.
Alcohol, man.
Alcohol.
She doesn't even.
Total.
This trap's the reeds bend nothing but low.
Empty as all of them. One more of these and we're done. No, I'm fine. I didn't mean to complain, it's just...
Vamos a comprobar ya también la última, en verdad, ¿no? Que es un poco coñazo tirar hasta allí, pero bueno.
This is the last of the reeds hit. The trap feels light and silent as you pick it up. No locust, no phasmid either, but still.
Well, the bait worked on something. This doesn't mean it was a reed monster, though. Unless you see one in there, I just see an empty trap.
The netting is a little untidy, messier than the others. Like someone or something picked the trap up and shook it before dropping it back down on the ground.
Perhaps our cryptozoologists have competition in the form of an actual entomologist, or someone else is sabotaging. Right.
The reeds.
Tengo que informarles, ¿no? Entiendo. Coño, ya se ha ido de aquí la gente. Sí, es lo que puedo hacer aquí.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio mic. Snow covers the white on blue police livery of the motor carriage. The white colors do something important, something murder related. There's always some. This is a Caprice Canema, the Caprice Motor Corps follow-up to their heart with its air-cooled, rear-mounted 12-cylinder compression ignition engine driving the rear. The high center of balance is offset by a large battery bank mounted at the bottom of the cabin. Due to a quite steep price tag, it is very unusual to see one in police livery.
Mm-hmm. You want to take a closer look? 130.
I reckon that's a man. That's got to be a major advancement over the KR-18GU.
7.2. Supercharged.
Saying these words brings him immense.
Yes. An extraordinary machine.
Helium headlights would improve the range and quality. It's a bit girly right now. Fit it with some proper off-road components.
We are not going to, though.
Now it's turning into a kind of a snow.
Wait, there's something here, stored away in some dusty corner.
Whoa. What else? Silent communion. That's good. Dang, that's some great shit. You came up with that yourself.
Or did you learn it in school? More importantly, who can prove if you did?
Right. But really, no bullshit. That's great stuff. I sort of want to know if it's yours. Fucking hey! Seems I got you all wrong. It's good to meet a fellow poet. Someone with an appreciation for real text. I get you. When they really click, it makes... I don't want to talk about that. Man, I was hoping it isn't going to be her. All I can say is, she isn't around here anymore. She isn't some evil drug trafficker. And I don't know where she is. Thank God I don't know. People here call her the Lady Driver. She kept her name a secret. From me too. A friend? An acquaintance. I don't know. She was the only... a youngish woman. Gruff, but in a cool way.
What color hair?
Blue and violet. Dyed. It was violet when she got here. Blue.
Then she may have dyed it again.
I didn't, man.
He still is, hoping. It's just wishful. It's true. We would have caught a lie. But a kind heart is tricky. Bah. Emotional.
Damn, I don't want to... Please just let it go. Whatever she did, it can't be that bad.
We can't just let it go. It's part of a...
That's how it always is with you, isn't it? All part of the investigation. The girl's troubled. If you hunt her down, she may not survive it. I can't have that on my...
It won't come to that. We won't pursue her on the...
I don't believe you. She's got the darkness in her. That young person's darkness when you think it's all over.
She shared?
Yes. Which is why I don't want to snitch on her. I heard the rumors. I saw the other drivers looking at me strange when we talked. And she told me, too, that she's had a violent life. But I wasn't afraid of her.
Did this violent life include drug trafficking?
Well, it looks like it did now. But we didn't talk about that. We talked about life, you know? She talked... Fuck, man. Go grill someone else with these questions.
He's right. There are other options. Wait, this guy says they're friends. Then, acquaintances. And he's okay with others ratting her. Push Tommy and it will break his heart. And his spirit. Don't expect you to be pals.
Thank you, friend.
No digo que otra forma.
Now it's turning into what? But I told you she's my friend. Please don't make me... You're not going to put a bullet in your head if you blow it, are you?
Imagine it. An explosion.
Fine. I don't want to be a butcher. I thought you were a different kind of cop.
The realization that you've used his friendliness and goodwill for your own ends. Remember, you're doing it for the bigger investigation. This is...
Here.
The keys to a motor lorry. Pretty complex.
The lorry's still here. Down past the statue of Philippe. The cabin is green. You can get in there with these. That's all I know.
When did she leave?
Last Friday. No. I don't know. She left them to me because she trusted me.
The other drivers would have to tow it or break in to get...
If they break in, they would find what's hidden inside. Something incriminating.
I bet you are.
And he's sorry he couldn't be what he wants to be. A good person. His last line, his revenge.
Nah.
Una putada, tampoco quería ser tan brusco, pero es que si no, no puedo avanzar, tío. Hasta cierto punto estoy obligado. Por el contexto.
The theme on that pinball machine is a standard royal clinging to a picture book version of the past century, waiting for the king to come back and cast out all the profiteers and homosexuals. Basically, the sentiment is called anti-centennial nostalgia. Pining.
I've got nothing to say to you.
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here.
No hay que hacer en ese sentido. Un segundo, que tengo una llamada. Estamos de vuelta. Vale.
The man ponders his cooking. You see.
Oh, sweetie, I don't even know how. Here, I want to give you a small token of my gratitude.
The little silvery knob holding the tie together feels warm in your hand. You could ask her about this when you get the time. It's...
Oh, you don't want to hear about some old...
Ramblings? Nonsense. Your description of the Phasmic...
But, darling, I didn't even get the side...
You were a child, my dear. Really. It's extraordinary what you were able to describe. Now go on. Tell our friend about it.
Reflexively, the lieutenant read his familiar note.
Well, it was summer. I was built...
She'd just started forming memories. Betoncourt got bombed in the war. It used to be quite near.
The strangest moment of my life. I looked up and one of the reeds moved. Not like a plant, but like a living thing. It stood up and looked at me. I didn't know this can happen, so I reached my arm and touched the thing. It felt just like a stalk of reed, but it moved, swaying, towering above me. I tried, but I was only a child. There was mud and high water. I couldn't see it anymore. I was just standing there, knee-deep in mud, looking...
Where did you go? Don't go.
I ran back home to my grandmother and asked her if reeds could walk, and told her they were looked for years. It was a story I told at parties when I wanted to impress boys. That sort of thing. Of course, most people...
We were on a date. Can you imagine? She tells me a story, and it's the most detailed report of the incident.
So that's how they met. This is beyond significant.
It did, yes. Like reed.
The way it moved, the colour, how some of its limbs were white, like marble. If it weren't for Lena, I might have given up hope.
Our first, yes.
The glance is tender, yes.
Not all of them. There is some white...
It's hard to say how big things are when you're quite small yourself.
How could she?
So she couldn't have made it up. Or...
That's true, yes. I'm almost certain neither my mother nor my grandmother knew of it. It was only when I started telling my story, you trying to tell us you saw the Insulindian Phasmid out there in those reeds.
I thought it was a wonderful story, man.
But I don't believe it.
You're welcome, sweetie.
And she could get up and walk right into the reed.
Vale, ya está. Bueno, Sí, le voy a decir que...
I couldn't put...
He tries to play it cool, remain professorial, but in...
no. Well, he's been a little unenthusiastic about...
He doesn't want to say it, but this is...
All right.
We would have... You need to ask him about specific cryptid...
Willow
people, not at...
They're not people. They're very... You probably Aryan after... I'll chase...
A lavender shadow.
I know you further...
He makes it a real point here. The woman, there is some uncertainty in that motion, no?
Oh, everyone knows. Although, a flightless curse when it's not Mijan. Oh, decades ago, did he? That one's a hoax. Some Seraï's rice.
Gary obliviously stares at the stage.
Many times. Many of...
If perhaps slightly less enjoyable.
Which one? The burning rhino is where they draw the line.
I doubt that. No, if me?
Be friendly, dear.
Now the man feels embarrassed.
By all means. Good. Okay. And? Completely empty?
No locusts?
That's not ideal, but... I definitely left that one stocked.
Right from the campsite? Just means the Insulindian phasmid is even.
Of course, more clever.
You're dealing with a subject near and dear to their hearts. It might...
Yes. The Phantasmadeia picked off the...
Another trip to the reeds. Why don't you try convincing Morel his hypothesis?
Thank you for the vote of no confidence, Gary. Actually, no. Excuse me for getting emotional. This is a big deal for us. You've helped us twice now, and brought...
Heartfelt gratitude. But does it feel like closure?
Thank you, it's an honor. We should probably return to our main investigation.
Helping cryptozoologists isn't really a priority for our organization. Damn it, Lieutenant. Have you no intellectual curiosity? Consider the way the empty trap was disturbed, as though shaken. Most likely the hands of a young person. Hands you should ask the red-headed boy, Kuno.
A little hooligan. But what would...
Oh, my dear Morel. You've been an old man for too long. Kids love to torment...
Delinquents.
Oh, you've been such a dear to us. Please, let us...
Well, I see you've got all the help you need.
This is a slippery one. He may respect the law, but mostly wants to pass on the... He hasn't been particularly forthcoming before. He may well still be hiding.
Really, Gary? We're getting somewhere here.
Lena, I'm sorry, but you're not getting anywhere. It was some kids. I know, Morel, it's been fun. Really. But I need a bath, and I have to...
No need to apologize, Gary. You'd be more than him.
The first man to break formation.
Always a pleasure to... I mean, up.
Once more, you hear that odd clicking sound. That shirt looks very uncomfortable on him. Look at the buttons, barely keeping that thing together, as if something is ready to rip it. No, he's... Yes, like a piece of ceramic art.
I knew you'd figure it out, officer. I'm sorry I didn't tell you at once. I was ashamed of what I did. And I didn't want you to know.
We're not detecting falsehood, sire. He's gearing up to it. This shame.
Gary.
I took the hangman's cuirass. I didn't mean to.
God damn it.
I know.
Shame on you. Give the cuirass to the office. Gary didn't mean to interfere with your investigation officers. He's just thick-headed and poor as dirt.
He's a loyal friend.
Everyone was picking those pieces off him, and I was watching them do it. So I went there to take out the trash and started cleaning up. All those rags on the ground, him swinging, only the cuirass was left. So I stripped it off him. It was early in the morning.
We're detecting sincere contrition here, sire.
It's okay. It was a loose end.
I'm so fucking...
They were thoroughly conservative men. It's difficult to say what the lieutenant thinks of this historic apology.
Because I was weak.
He's a scaredy cat.
I always thought it was the Union.
This is all he knows. He sighs again, hangs his head, and unbuttons his shirt fully. A cuirass, but so light to hold.
Yes, absolutely. I will never do anything like this again.
Ah. ¿Dónde está? ¿Qué te los de abajo? Bueno, está bien.
Again?
He might be wearing a disguise.
Yes, it's a hobby of mine.
As if waiting for some kind of...
Okay, so, I don't... Oh my god.
Yes? What is it?
Intenta entrar en el apartamento, pero sospecho que no voy a poder. Vamos a ir cortando ya mismo, la verdad, porque me voy a comer.
The door, this door, still the lieutenant, he doesn't like. You see,
Nada. Esta tirada creo que la podía volver a repetir.
behind the dock.
Ah, pues no.
Can I help you?
What is this thing? What, the interior decorating kind? You know, I'm sorry. This is actually a nice bird. A competent... I can fix it to the plaque and have a new bird in the establishment, I guess? So, I don't know. Thank you. I'm gonna go with thank you.
People just don't know how to accept gifts, especially taxidermy.
I feel good about our work here today. It's all about the little things, like bringing people around.
It's not actually about that.
Got the 20 real? Then why are you waiting? Hey.
Well...
Another thing. Yes?
Ese señor se ha ido. Aquí no hay nadie más con quien hablar. Esta gente sigue aquí.
Looking for something?
Oh no.
Hola, wandering man. The mercenary, eh?
The man.
The mercenary, eh?
The hombre
promising.
I think this racist is better.
That will be the...
He will grant us 3 weeks.
Your pedomorphic friend has quick wits. The lieutenant doesn't. You should keep him close. The congenital...
Sí, voy a poder pasar por ahí.
The file cabinets. Remember, Lee, all items of the drawers.
Lo mismo dice algo el Kim, pero no.
The payphone.
The payphone. Y ya. Tengo una herida dentro de la boca. No la llamaría llaga porque no es una llaga realmente. Bastante molesta.
You're back before the cargo container. It's draw you turn to your left. The lieutenant considered and...
¿Se imagina? Que la abro. Con un 3%. Se ha dado el caso, que con un 3% he hecho algo.
Mr. Dubois, every worker... That's right, Mr. Dubois. I see the socialist democratic fervor now burns in your... What? Did I? Well done then, Harry. I like not knowing about it. I don't even want to know what all of that means. Brew, shady, alcohol, turned off. A fantastic... Just open one little door. You don't need to go in or anything. I just want that weasel to come home and see the unlocked door. That's it. Anything else we should discuss? See you.
No tengo otra porque además la cabrona de Joyce no me da ni un poco de cuartelillo, ni aun enseñándole la puta credenciales, tío. La placa. Pues nada. XD. Maldita Joyce.
Oh, hey, mister. Sure, mister. Absolutely. Oh, that...
Told you.
Oh, we're on a...
So...
Not everyone, but Titus and his boy. Like what, mister?
Like what, mister? La llave maestra esa que le prestó el del SSR al Gary me vendría de puta madre, la verdad. Si te soy sincero, me vendría que te cagas. Deberíamos de ir a los apartamentos o abrir el... ¿Cómo se llama eso? Ahora hay una pelotita verde. Uf, qué frío, coño.
story stuck in the window. Fumes of heavy fuel oil.
Likely, yes. This guy's proud of who he is.
A Stars Ryko, one of the finest Zhimsk. Not many people outside of Grad, and Revachol West too.
A Stash Ryko KK2. That's a classic model. Never.
No, only that the motor carriage is typically baby.
That's, well, yes, exactly it, more or less. Except it was a crowd of them. They said it was an honor killing, Hussar style. The James community protested the trial, flying the colors.
Correction, 4,395. The fourth largest public protest of a criminal trial in Revachol.
Is that so, officer? I'll take you at your word. People we are paid to protect. Let's leave it at that. 4 years for murder in Reunion. The perps were remorseful. Their sorry knocked 8 years off the sentence. That's the system.
The prisons in the greater Revachol Industrial Harbor are
Could it be another Stash Ryko murder? Honestly, that just doesn't seem like the type of vehicle our dead guy would drive. Yes, detective? You sure you're not Jimsk?
Yes, you're sure you're not. Or if you are, it's only in that Revacholian.
Revacholian. Mi pregunta es... Ah, es este.
This screen found A to Z, contemporain, is...
This is the one our man pointed to.
The glass on the side windows is tinted and covered with dust. You can barely make out. It feels like you're peeking into someone's home residence. Inside it's private, cozy. The door is locked. There's no pick. You push the key into the smell of cigarettes and perfume welcomes you. The cabin inside is plastered with old movie posters. Actresses smile. There's something odd about them. These are movie posters featuring starlets. One of them particularly catches your eye. A centerfold of an ingenue. There's definitely perfume in the air. The remnants of a sweet juniper-scented perfume. Probably Grenade number 5. The actress is draped in a sheathed dress. What a feeling of tenderness washes over you. A longing even. This is Tijon, a starlet from the dawn of cinematography, less known for her talent. She wasted away in a drug den called The Door to the River, not far from here on Boogie Street. The actresses, and looks like the frequency dial is absent. It requires a key to work, but...
Strange. There are so many radio stations saved here. Must be over 100 at least. For contacting an entire fleet of lorrymen, for example. Looks like we are dealing with an impressive organizational tool. The nerve center of a huge...
A 20-kilometer radius at least. Perhaps extended by an attachable and...
doesn't look like it.
The ghostly actresses and the rusty toolbox under the driver's seat. You wedge yourself under the steering wheel to get a better look. Seems like the few tools lying around here. A hammer, a pair of pliers, a rust, but one odd detail does catch your eye. A piece of sandpaper has been... Sandpaper adds extra grip.
Sandpaper? A novel technique? Yes?
Do the honors, he thinks.
Which means that the missing lady driver was present at the lynching. Looks like her, yes. Now we know for certain who's the missing 8th person at the lynching. Do you think that Hardy and his boys could also be involved in the drug operation? We should see what Titus has got to say on the matter.
The movie stars are still smart. Voila. A stack of neatly folded papers has been stashed behind the seating fabric. You see 3...
Bonne prise.
This large map displays the toll booths at the intakes are marked with a circle. It looks like there are... This municipal map, no storm will ever drown Revachol. The final map These service tunnels were probably used during the Looks like the smugglers have infiltrated the road network.
So it would seem. The RCM patrols most of these auxiliary roads, though apparently not all of them. Hard to say. This distribution network looks certainly large, yet still vague enough. The Besmerti is a Revacholian crime syndicate. They see themselves as the inheritors of the 14 Revacholian Indo-tribes. But really they're just violent gang, with cool names, like it's definitely not the Union. They just do some logistics. This operation has spread everywhere in Jamrock. If it's that widespread, then Madre remains the most likely suspect. Here's bad news. There have been attempts at a serious investigation before, but they haven't ended well for...
Lieutenant Kitsuragi is a brave man for saying Madre's name without the winces, and somewhere on a hit, the bedraggled cop is holding a... But why? Why would I hurt?
Best not to disturb the scene.
The stack of maps looks... A metallic drawer slides out from the... It's an issue of Petty Ferry. It looks like an article ripped out from a radio enthusiast magazine.
The Ulan frequency system? I've never heard of that before.
I pull out to close.
Great. I think we got everything. A word, detective? All right, we've finished here. Let's quickly debrief and go over what we found, so we don't do it in front of the company rep. Honestly, I'm quite worried by what we've seen so far. The evidence seems to point to a rather... I'm especially intrigued by that radio transmitter, particularly the sheer number of stations it can connect. Looks like this alleged drug trade cast...
This means it's well-funded. Technology like that.
I'm not sure what the Ulan frequencies are all about, but they may hold some significance. Perhaps it's a better way to connect between fleets while avoiding frequency bleed. Or maybe... Oh, and the maps we found. They reveal the geographical extent of the operation. Looks like they've used a... And last but not least, it looks like the Hardy Boys knew this driver, as we know that she was present at the lynching. This may be the Union connection with...
The probe and the case converged, he thinks. This was quite the find.
As elegant as they are, I don't think they are relevant to the drug trade. Yes, well...
Unimportant.
Like Joyce told us, we should return to the murder case. There are more than enough grounds to start an official investigation. Sometime later, when we're done here. The fact that one hasn't started already gives me pause. An investigation, I mean. Especially if the Madre grouping is involved, and I can't imagine they aren't. It's certainly worrisome. All the same, I don't like the idea of internal affairs descending on the matter. Debrief over. After you.
Pues nada más, ¿no? Y vamos a ir cortando por aquí, de hecho. Y... Supongo que ya retomaremos dentro de 2 o 3 días, porque ese sonidito que ha sonado es probablemente que ya me han dicho lo que necesito para hacer la pruebita. Así que nada, lo vamos a ir dejando por aquí. Espero... Espérate un segundo. Voy a mirar... Antes de que nos vayamos, si está esta gente aquí. Si está esta gente aquí, guardamos la partida aquí mejor para acordarme de que tengo que hablar con ellos. Ya tenemos abiertos los apartamentos de arriba. Tenemos una señal a la derecha. Tenemos que hablar con el niño, con Kuno. O sea, con Kuno. Vale, están aquí. Pues voy a guardar aquí entonces. Bueno, nada, peñita, me voy despidiendo. Lo dicho, espero que os haya gustado, que os hayáis entretenido y es un rato agradable. Hasta luego.